No. Hello and welcome to round number 9 with a small technical problem. Why is this happening to me?
What's going on?
It doesn't show the right screen. There it goes.
Hi everybody, how is everyone doing?
Good start, yes. Fixed.
Let's see the games. Let's see what's happening. Okay, World 1 we have Danielian against Julia Osmak. And
They are the leaders.
at the leaders, and it looks like a quiet game so far. Okay, Bishop D2, Bishop F6, Rook E1.
Yep. I was checking, I was opening here the results. Julia has 7 points and Elina 6.5.
Okay, so a win for Julia would be huge, yeah?
Yeah, I think if she wins, she can. It's safe to say that she will win the tournament. No?
Still 2 more rounds, no?
2 more rounds, but she will be 1.5 points ahead.
Oh, we can say she's in a good position. That's
Yes. Okay, no, if she wins,
of course.
it's very hard to catch her, I think.
Okay, let's see what's going on. Board 2. That board 1 is yet to be developed. Okay, so we have this very sharp line. Reminds me recent game, possibly Carlsen with the white pieces, right? The tiebreak against who was it? Fedosev in the World Cup.
Yep.
They played this line, and here
I don't think he played a tiebreak against Fedosev.
no, he didn't.
Isipenko, I think.
No.
Not tiebreak.
Not tiebreak, yeah. Okay, so white wants to play bishop g5. This is the idea here,
And go to d6.
and knight d6. I'm expecting either something like knight b6. Let's say bishop b3, and here something like this. But I wonder, okay, maybe, yeah, something like this might be possible. We'll see what happens here. Okay, openings are interesting. Lots of fighting positions so far.
Very promising, no? Promising round.
Oh, we saw this line yesterday also, yeah? Take, bishop, knight d2. Okay, so this is in the game yesterday, I believe bishop g2 was played and f5. This is what we were looking at, and then white played f3.
Yeah.
Here the Mante plays knight d2, which is probably better, because now if f5, no, actually it's the same thing. I remember now. f5 you play f3, and then the knight will land here. So knight d2, knight f6. And here we are, and black, as usual, will be fighting for equalizing here, which is not simple, not a simple task. White always has some pressure on the queen side. Let's see, but we will see what happened. I wonder if there was a more subtle move, or did she have to take this pawn on e4 immediately? Yeah, maybe just this. No, 94, 94, bishop e4, knight c5. How should we play now? Check f6, castle, king somewhere, king c7. Doesn't quite work, no?
No.
Check f6, castle, king c7. Seems like black.
One more check e5, yeah?
Yeah, this looks fully playable for black. So maybe white just needs to retreat and I don't really have a lot of I don't think black is in any big trouble, to be honest. Maybe here. I like this move here.
Oh, not letting me develop. But maybe I can go bishop g5 and long castle now.
Yeah.
Since I don't have everything hanging.
So here can play
there, yeah.
Yeah, bishop e3 and white is better, yeah.
How do you bring your knight back? It's not easy. And how do you get the bishop out from c8?
Yeah.
Because on bishop d7 I will take on b7.
Yeah, this looks like could be the move. Bishop g2 and let's see what black plays.
Oh, maybe bishop e7 here, or takes and bishop c5.
Yeah, but taking on b3 is usually a good idea. No, now we get this rook.
The thing is that if I play bishop e7, I'm going to lose a tempo. That's why I was hesitant about bishop e7.
Yeah, like we're not castling, no? So
no, we're not castling, but
most important is this bishop on d7, getting it out. So maybe something like f6, maybe. Looks interesting. I'm not
How
saying.
about king c7?
Okay, on king c7 we have this move check.
Yes, and I wanted bishop. You take on c5, and I cannot get. Yes, I wanted to take on f4, but no.
No. Yeah. So.
Okay, bishop g2. I will go bishop d6.
And here I'm thinking this move, yeah. And okay, well maybe you can just take.
But no,
maybe you can just take on b3 and play that position. I really don't know if it's so much. Black should be able to hang on here, because this is not a majority. There is of course some pressure on b7, but that's all. I mean, you can play f6, e5, get the bishop out, or maybe at some point just rook b8, bishop d7, and get the rooks somewhere. You have 4 pawns on the king side, cannot be that bad.
On the other hand, whenever you play rook b8, there will be bishop a7 and
rook a8 back.
I know, but if you have a rook on d8, I will play bishop b6. Don't know.
No, of course black will need to have some precautions there. Okay, let's see more games. Everything is just starting, so there is no real point here. Okay, this is wild here. Very risky opening. Okay. Okay, seems like black is willing to take some risk in this position. Big question is if I'm going to play g4 right away or not.
Or queen d2 and then g4.
What is wrong with this one immediately?
I don't think there's anything wrong. Probably this bishop will go to e4, I guess.
Okay, and now this.
You give and you will just take on e4 next. I will have to take on f3, no?
Yeah.
But I don't want that.
No, because here white has all the light squares, yes?
Yeah. Knight e6 is there.
So g4. What are we missing? Bishop e4, knight c5. How is this not much better for white? Maybe the idea is that on g4 black wants to play elsewhere, like c8. But in this case, I'm guessing we just develop, no? Queen d2 or something. We'll see what happens. I find this bishop f5 very unusual here. Wonder if I'm missing something like here. G4.
Queen a5, just c3, and
Yeah,
I won't be hanging anything.
Queen a5, c3. Yeah.
Bishop e4, knight c5 is coming.
You
so
have these
nothing.
ideas, yes.
Yeah, as well.
So bishop e4, we play knight c5.
Yeah.
I don't know. Looks like a very good move for white here. I wish she would play, because bishop e6. I don't think this is a move. No, you just give me a tempo for knight c5.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Looks good for white here. Okay, more games.
Laura, how is she today? Board. I just passed her. I think board 10. No, board 13.
Okay. Yeah, this is just starting. It's theoretical position on the Grunfeld. Here c5, and yeah, this is just starting. I'm guessing something like rook e8 or bishop f5 is coming next. There's a lot of theory here, things that I don't remember very well, but yeah, I'm guessing rook e8 is a move here.
Okay.
Oh, we have an interesting match here. I wanna see how is
Oh yeah, let's see board 5, because
yeah,
Olivia is now on the 3rd place from what I saw. Maybe bishop e4, bishop f3, and f5 in the game with g4.
but we have a knight on c5 and we get to play knight e6.
Yeah, on f5. So on bishop e4, knight c5 is what we were looking at, and bishop f3 you take, and now knight e6 is a threat.
Okay, we have a long game here. Such endgames are... It's very critical nowadays. People play this with black against the Catalan, and white is trying to prove here that this endgame is something. Mostly based on the advance of c5 or a4, a5. This knight comes to b3 and white tries to break in. Bishops are more active, but you know, black plays bishop e8, rook c8. Not sure where is the knight supposed to move now.
Maybe, you know, I would like to get to c5, so how about I go to c7, a6? It looks looks like things will be hanging, but
I think knight b3
and you'll just stop knight c5.
yeah, yes.
But then I don't really have a square for this knight, no? If I don't make it to c5, am I just going back to f6?
So what about knight f6?
Knight b3 as you suggested?
And then I have time for this, yeah? The question
And
is...
c5.
yeah. Yeah, no, that's going to happen. Best we can do is just to be prepared for it, and maybe here play bishop e8, and we'll see after all the trades if we're gonna go back. But I was wondering, c4 knight f6, is this move anything? Is this move possible? This could be the idea for white here.
So if I take, you'll take on a8,
Yeah.
and I'm not getting.
So this is a problem. Yeah, bishop takes on a8, and I think
When I take, you take on e5.
yeah, this is an exchange.
I don't have an in-between move. So then 95, rook c8 is another option.
So after 95, yeah?
Yeah.
So 95, rook ac8.
Yeah. And then you want to take on d7 and get the bishop pair?
That was the plan. Take on d7.
Rook.
But again,
Knight takes, because
yeah, knight takes is
c5,
interesting.
yeah?
Knight takes is interesting.
And okay, you got the bishop pair, but then you'll stay with the pawn on c4 and on a2. I got something in return.
Well, maybe here, yeah. Ah, you can play knight a5. And pawn on c4 is weak. Yeah, this may not be so. 95, rook c8. Maybe it's not that great. Knight d7, knight d7. Maybe this knight has to be on b3.
Yeah. And now I probably don't have knight c5, no?
No, I don't think so. Well,
I could take on d1 first. So what do you play on knight c5?
yeah, let me just see here. So knight c5, rook d1, and then bishop takes c5.
Yeah. Okay, but you got the rook on the d file, maybe.
This looks fine, yeah?
Maybe rook d7, no?
So knight c5.
The thing is that if I play bishop c5, you'll take on d8? Or? And I have to take with the knight.
But it's not so bad, you know?
It's not so bad, that's what I was thinking.
But
You
still
can play
rook
rook
d1.
d1, yeah. And it could be similar to what we had. Knight c6. I can play knight c6.
So you might as well do rook d1 first. This looks like you're down a tempo.
Yeah.
So rook takes on d1.
No, yeah. I have to go back on.
So here knight takes on c5, rook takes d1. Sorry, where is it?
Yeah.
So here rook takes d1, rook takes d1, and bishop c5. And here white.
The only question is if if I take on c6, rook takes, check, bishop f8, and bishop b2.
Oh yeah, this is a problem.
It is, right? Rook d6, rook a8.
Definitely, it's a problem. So this is, seemingly harmless position. You have to be careful here. yeah. This opening straight leads to an endgame where white is trying to do something with very little, but very often white wins these positions. Very often, so many games, white managed to win.
Knight f6 was played, and now we were expecting 95. Well, looking at 95.
95, yeah. This looks like a good try. It was this 95.
And rook c8 is what we are looking. Is it Catalan? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a Catalan. Yeah. Because we think that if knight b3, which is the other move, black would be happy to get the rook out of the diagonal, and here black seems to be okay. I mean, this is happening no matter what.
It is.
But black at least get the rook out of the diagonal and can play bishop e8 and try to simplify the position. However, 95 immediately may win the two bishops. Not sure if that counts for something, but
rook c8 is the only one, no? Only move.
I'm yet to believe things like, for example, what happens if I take here? You take on a8.
Yeah.
Now I just saw that if I play bishop a4, you can even play knight b3, and all the pieces are attack. So
maybe take on c4 if I'm going to, and take on a8. You know, if I'm going to lose.
no, but you lose the bishop on d7. So this is nice.
Bishop
yeah.
f6. Yes.
Bishop
You have
f6,
bishop
yeah.
f6 in the end. Yeah. Okay, so in your line with bishop a4.
No, it just doesn't work. Bishop a4, you just play knight b3, yes? So let's say
Bishop a8 here.
bishop a8. Here, if I try some in between move, you just play knight b3.
I don't have time to take both the bishop and the pawn on c4.
No, it's impossible here. This is not going to work well, I think. So if that is the case, knight e5, rook c8 being the only move, knight takes d7. The only alternative we did not look at was rook takes d7. Let's have a look at rook takes d7 because it's definitely an option, and think white can play knight b3. So it's very important this move knight b3 because you stop knight a5.
Yep.
And now we'll see if maybe knight b4 for black.
Attacking a2, or do you have knight a6 is a plan? If I
You start disrupting the pieces, no? Because right now maybe I want to play a4 a5 or something like this. So also this knight is hanging in many cases. You cannot play rook d8.
No.
So I'm thinking that knight b4 to attack this pawn on c4, and if you play a3 you can go even
knight
further,
c2, yeah.
attacking the weaknesses. So this is the question. Can white do something about this?
Knight b3 was played in the game.
Okay, so knight b3 was played, so yeah, it has to, we're in for a long game. Nothing fast, nothing too violent. After rook c8 we'll see another idea. Maybe how can white play here? Maybe a4 and try to get a5. Maybe I have no clue. Or
c5, no?
c5,
that
yeah?
worked.
c5. Okay, yeah, I said bishop e8.
You said bishop e8?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you did.
But now you can take a knight d2.
Yes.
Take on b6 and knight d2.
Exactly what I was going to say. And knight d2 to go to c4.
Mm-hmm. And this is how these games are won. So instead of bishop e8, can black play b5? Now we have this pass pawn. On the other hand, at the moment is well blocked, so we need some magic. Many options, yes. We'll see what happens afterwards. Okay, let's.
So board 9 already winning. We're being told. How? Wow. What was this?
Okay. We have by transposition some King's Indian attack. And f6 looks, yeah. This is a nice move. Let's see what's happening here. Oh, it's very simple. No, it's queen h5
Queen
and bishop
bishop
h6.
h6, yes. Oof. Okay, knight c2 is there, but I don't think it's going to happen. So how many pieces do I have? It's just an exchange up.
Mm-hmm. Now the question is, what do you play here with
White?
With white, yeah. And this is a question for the audience as well. Please write in the chat. What would you play here with white? What would be your personal choice? If you had to play, you were in a blitz game, you look at this position, what do you do? Yeah, let's play a game. Prediction time, yeah? So you will think about the move.
Renier, the coach.
You will think about the move, I will think about the move, and let's see what Billy play. And also want to see what people watching this game would play in this position. There is no fun without people watching, so please send your messages.
Outsourcing your commentary duties.
Yes, please. Thank you. So don't think any deep. I mean, just want to make a prediction, just to make it fun.
Queen h7.
Okay, somebody just lost the queen. So queen h7, I can safely guarantee that it's not gonna happen.
I think he meant take on f8.
Okay.
And bishop queen h7. Forgot to write the move.
Okay, so people are going for this move.
And aren't you afraid of knight c2 check?
I don't think it's going to work. But essentially this is what they want. And knight c2 check is coming.
And you're saying you're moving away and you're taking everything.
So we are moving here, let's say.
I take the rook.
And now I suppose I get here. Now, if you look at this position, I'm going to have to spend one move again to take on a1. So black probably will play queen d4, and I will have to spend more time to get this knight, which you probably will, but you have to spend some time. Like for example, check. The king will move, and now maybe defend and attack at the same time. Well, not really attacking, but the knight is lost. But the knight is definitely lost.
How many pawns do I have? Just two.
Just two, enough, yeah.
Okay, so the other move is knight a3 that I was thinking. It's a little passive, but
very materialistic.
Very, yeah. I'm going to castle next, and I bring my rooks to the center.
Very materialistic. Okay, so we have Raluca's choice, knight c3. My choice would be
castle.
No, actually, my choice would be knight c3. And just after knight c2, I wanted to play king e2 and knight a1, rook a1, and just play this position. So it's there. We have Pumpkin the cat who wants to play queen h7, Raluca wants to play knight a3, and I want to play
Renier who wants to play knight c3.
Okay, that's three of us in competition. Let's see.
No, wait. GB Java castle.
Okay, so we
castle was also an option.
We
but
have another. Oh,
and
she played castle. So the last guy wins. She played castle. Absolutely.
I was thinking because knight c2 and then my rook is there. You can play knight c3 as you want it here.
Yes. Yeah. This is exactly. It's a better version of what I wanted to do. For some reason, I tried to hang on to this pawn. But yeah, we don't need this pawn. Actually, if it's gone, better, because we can use the d file with the rook.
Yeah.
So essentially, you're up 2 pawns. You're up an exchange.
One pawn now.
You
haven't taken the second one, but you will.
But you will, yeah. So you just play for development, give back the exchange, and you get rid of black's only good piece. Yeah, the only good piece that black has is gone. Okay, very interesting game. I think f6 was a mistake then, no? Because after he takes f6, if you take with the knight, it's a bad structure for nothing, and if you take with the pawn, then this tactical.
So she should have castled first. Is that
probably just castle, or maybe start queen c7 and figure out a way to castle queenside. trying to advance this later. I don't know, it would have been a different game.
Yeah. And we wouldn't be having so much fun now with with this game.
Okay, let's see other games.
Okay, how is board 18?
Who is in board 18?
Irina, let's check.
So Irina is playing Elena.
Yeah.
So e4, c5. She's also a friend of ours.
Yeah, many friends here.
We have. Remember when we met her here in Spain?
Yes, right here, no?
Yeah, right here.
Pavia,
We had
That's
dinner.
where we met her.
We had dinner together. So, yeah, h4. Okay, so all of this is more or less theoretical variation. And a4, and here we are.
Is this a little uncomfortable because you can't get the knight out easily out of g8?
That's more or less the idea, no? That's why queen h5 was played and then queen d1. It's not really wasting a tempo. You kind of provoke this weakness. But I don't know if black will play, at some point. Hard to say what is the idea. I don't usually play these positions or no more, but
Maybe black can go bishop g7 because that bishop on h6 might be misplaced anyway.
maybe even queenside castle is an option, and f5 and try to get the pieces
I
out.
wondered about that as well, but I wasn't.
Because whites, if you castle, you're not gonna castle kingside with the pawn on h4 that can go to h5, so you might as well go on the queen side.
But it feels like white is ready. She played a4 and h4, so whatever you castle, you have a pawn on the 4th rank. I'm ready to push further.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting game, but let's check out other games. Salimova, who is she playing? Okay, we have
Caro-Kann.
this variation, which is basically what everyone plays nowadays. And remember, when Caro-Kann was very popular, bishop f5 was like exclusively the only move here for black, and then suddenly this concept with knight f6 and take with this pawn and just bishop d6 and castle and play h5 h4 became very popular very quickly because black's position seems very easy to play. All these moves are forced. This pawn on h5 coming to h4 doesn't let the knight go to g3 and so on. And here black is very solid. The pawn on f6 is a good pawn. It gives you some control over the 5th rank. Then queen d2 and b5 was played. But already here black can play in many ways. I'm thinking, it could also play something like this, and so it became a easy line to play for black. I suppose here black will play
g6?
g6 or knight f8. Which one? Can she even play knight g5?
That's another move I was looking at. And f4? Knight e4.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight e4.
Yeah, absolutely. f4, knight e4. I wonder. You can have a lot of things
happening on the e file, but the knight on e2 looks like a very bad piece at the moment.
And if he moves, then you can capture here. But there are 3 pieces attacking on e4, yeah? But f5 is coming.
f5 is also coming, yeah.
Or bishop f5. She's definitely thinking about knight g5. Because if f4 doesn't work, the knight looks good on g5. But interesting game, yeah.
Knight g5 looks interesting if there's nothing happening.
Okay, so I'm seeing this idea now.
And on f5, just queen h5, you want to... I'll play queen f6, I guess.
So if queen h5, we can play queen f6, yeah?
Yeah.
And it looks like black has made a great improvement, no? Knight on e4. Though this bishop is bad, but I'm guessing that at some point we can improve it somehow. Alright, my guess is knight g5. We will see it.
I see Luminita, she was right, I think on board 22. How is she doing? She had a rough start, but she seems to be recovering. She's on 4.5. So is Mihaela on board 25.
Okay, we have this Grunfeld line, which very, very old. King g1 stopping, well, doesn't stop anything, but just getting out of possible queen d5 check. Yeah.
I have played this with Luminita many times.
You as black?
Me as black, yes.
One of the few times you play Grunfeld, no?
Yeah, because it starts out as an accepted, and then you go g6.
Oh, okay. So yeah, rook d. This variation here, queen b3, knight c6, and rook d1. Because usually white used to play something like e3, but maybe not with queen b3, rather than immediately playing e3 here, and then the queen goes to e2, the bishop goes on b2. But this queen b3 is another line, and then rook d1 very quickly,
and bishop f5.
and bishop f5.
Yeah.
I'm going very fast, but I'm guessing that b7 is poison.
I remember I looked at this line preparing against Luminita, but I don't remember what happened on queen b7, so let me try to find out. Queen a5, knight a5, just come back, right? Maybe bishop e4 was the idea?
But I can play knight e5, right? Knight e5, bishop takes on g2, and something will definitely happen, yeah?
Yeah.
The pieces are knight takes on e5, the rook on d1 hangs.
Maybe you want to show that, just to see it on the board.
So here, knight e5, actually just take g2.
You can take on c6.
You can take on c6.
But if you take on g2,
knight
this
e5,
is what
yeah.
Renier was showing before, that the rook on d1 is hanging.
So bishop e4, knight e5. So if I take immediately, then wise idea is to take on e4. But even here it looks suspicious because I can play rook b8 in between move, and then I'm taking this on e4, and you still cannot take this because it's pinned. So yeah, taking b7 is pure poison. Do not take. So no, queen bishop b2, just getting the pieces out, and yeah, normal position. I think black. I would prefer playing black, but mostly equal. Not a big fan of this knight on a3. I'm thinking that if there is any reason to not play queen d5 right now, looks tempting, right? Queen d5, centralizing the queen, having some pressure on a2. I can play maybe later. I can play b6 or. We'll see.
Maybe I can go knight b5.
I think that you want to play rook ac1.
But just trying to improve my knight.
Okay.
Maybe it's not so much an improvement because of knight c4.
It's not clear that on c3 will be better than it is on
clear,
a3.
no.
But you know, if knight
and you
c4...
could even, knight c4, that's what I'm thinking. So...
But you can think about taking on a7. She played knight e4.
I was going to ask if I can take that.
Oh, no, I don't think.
And even if I take once and rook takes...
But knight b2, yeah.
No, I mean take on c4, rook takes, and the knight on b5 is hanging.
Oh, yes. So here...
Yeah.
So it's actually possible to play knight c4, but she played knight e4, and
Instead of queen d5.
and this is an idea now.
Yeah.
We shall see what happens. Let's have a look at board one. This game will be very interesting if some things can happen, because white has all this space to create things and all the time in the world. Nothing is happening really. So you can play h4, you can bring the pieces in to the center, even play f4, and at some point it can get very messy, it can get complicated. Seems like very good position for white, I think. Of course, on the other hand, black has traded 2 minor pieces, no great weaknesses. Position will be, but the lack of space is there, no? And the lack of active play is there. Cannot really react in many ways. So I'm thinking, is it time? I mean, if I try to do something like e5.
Yeah. e5 or c5. Don't know which one.
I think c5 would really leave white much better after d5.
d5, yeah.
Because you can play e5, but now white has all the space advantage. I mean, could really prepare things on both wings. Why not f4 immediately? Yeah? And try queen f3 and king h1 and
yeah. It's white is the only one playing, no?
yes, but on the other hand, if you play e5, now if we play d5, black can try this move g6 or first bishop g5.
Mm-hmm.
And then later try g6 and eventually see if f5 is possible. So I'm thinking that e5 may be a good option here, but white again can consider even this move. Because e takes d4, queen takes d4, bishop f6. This position is not a...
queen takes, yeah.
I mean, here, yeah, at least white can double all the pawns, but even in a position like this, I think white has very annoying
threats there, yeah.
Annoying pressure, yeah. f3, g4, h4, h5. So many things. I'm not sure, but e5, knight d5 looks good. And also another question, knight f5. It would be similar, I think.
Maybe, yeah, take and bishop f6.
Take and bishop f6, and here white maybe
g4 is there.
just play in the center, yeah. Queen d2 and rook a1. Play with f3, smaller space,
yeah,
at all costs, yeah. No, I like white's position. I think I really think it's not easy to play with black. We'll see what happens here. Let's see Diamante. Diamante is running up, yeah? Is how many points?
She's there, I think 6. Let me double check. She's on board 3. Yeah.
So definitely is there. She's there in the fight. Okay, so here, what's going on? What if black plays e5 immediately? How is this not... Okay, so e5, bishop e3 should be the only move. I was thinking we take, pawn takes, and now I was thinking rook b8. I don't see what white got out of the opening, because now there are no open files, there are no weaknesses. This wasn't a success. Actually, I think black is better. If e5, bishop e3 has to be played, there is not... Well, there is rook d5. It doesn't matter, rook d5. Rook d5, bishop takes f2.
Yeah.
minimum, yeah. So consider bishop e3, and I think black is better here. So basically, the idea is that if you try something like rook d1 and you would like to play something around this, you know, black can play here.
This bishop g4 is annoying, yeah.
Just to gain a tempo, you don't have pressure on the d file, and maybe h5, h4, or black will decide to play with f5 and rook d8. Hard to say what to do with the pawn on h7. I'm not sure, but no, doesn't look like black is in any trouble. e5 played, and we'll see what happens. But at this point, I feel like black has
solved the problems.
at least, yeah, more than equalized already. Let's check our friend Ellen.
Where is she? She was, there she is. No, lower. A little lower. 38, 39, something like that. 38.
Okay, so this is a game, d4, d5.
All more or less typical. Knight h5, and here she plays bishop g3.
Mm-hmm.
You don't take on e7 here.
Yeah, it's interesting, this position. This is not a simple decision to make. Bishop g3 was played here, and bishop f6, and I'm thinking that now is maybe the right time, yeah, to take on d5. Take on d5 and play like this, no?
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's the plan.
And black will have to take, I think, maybe queen c8. So bishop b7, queen takes b7.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a interesting position. Lot of ideas for white. Maybe queen c2 and bring the knight to f4 and to d3 and put some pressure on c6. A lot of things can happen, but we have a long game here again. We have a...
There's also a question in the chat about why she played bishop g3 and not taking on e7.
Yes, this is always a good question. No? Like, you have a choice, and I don't really know exactly which ways would be better off if there is any promise of advantage. You know, like queen takes on e7, let's say. Actually, I do like this position. Now I want to take, and I can get a better version of, because of this knight being here, maybe. Like now, for example, here. The queen is no longer on c8, cannot go to c8. So,
yeah, takes.
So takes, and now this knight has to
return
to f6.
Now, yeah.
But is this so much? It's not so clear. This is always the question. Like the knights in this type of positions.
Yeah, that's what I thought. She might be thinking that the knights are better here. No?
That's what I think also, yeah.
And the bishop on f6 is not so strong in her position. She took on d5.
So she took on d5, and it takes d5, and now she will play bishop a6 for sure. I'm more or less 100% sure that she will play bishop a6. The other question is if she will play this move b4. But black can play here b5, a4, a6. This is another possibility, and I think it's an interesting one. It's not so obvious that you can reject this. because here, okay, black's plan is knight b6 and knight c4. But white on the other hand wants to play e4, and the position may collapse. So let's say something like e4, d takes, knight takes, and knight b6, and I wish I could play this, but I'm pinned. So a5 here and here. And this looks better for white. If it's true, no, if it's actually true that I can get this position, because white will play bishop b1 and then knight on c5, and eventually there are some weaknesses, no, here on a7, c6, and some targets.
She played bishop a6 in the game though.
Yeah, I also think that on b4 black does not have to play b5. I was just seeing if it could be a possible option. Black can try also this move, and on b5 play c5. Okay, but none of this is real. What, she played bishop a6, and there we are.
c8 move. Yep.
Yeah, queen c8. I'm expecting queen c8.
Queen c8 probably, because it's don't think you want to take, and
you cannot get the queen out of a6
Yeah.
if she takes on a6. So, and maybe just play slow. That could be an idea. Rook c2, rook c1.
how is board 9 doing?
This looks like a
Doing
lot
very
of
well,
progress. A lot of progress for white. We don't have a computer evaluation, but I would say close to 5.
Close
Or-
to 5.
No, over 5. Over 5 points. Maybe.
Plus 5, you're saying?
Yeah. More than. Yeah, it should be over. Yeah. d4.
C takes d4 played.
Now
Rook takes d4.
rook takes d4 or knight b5 and knight d4. This is a case where the threat is stronger than the execution, right? So
Yes, we want to know what the engine actually says. Plus how much?
plus 10. So I was short.
You were short. $9.6.
Yeah, it's not. Let's see. Okay, so we have this Caro-Kann. Oh, castle queenside. Bishop e3. This is already a tough position, I think. Because d5 is there. She wants to play d5 and maybe even d6.
Okay, you'll get out of there, no?
You have to, but you know, if you put the queen on c7, so there is the idea knight takes on e5, and on queen a4 knight b6 is a problem.
Could go on e2 here, no?
Could go on e2, yeah.
Yeah.
And then knight b6 still, and then the bishop will retreat. Where to? Maybe bishop b3. Not so clear.
This looks a lot like some lines in the...
The
There's a
accepted,
line
yeah?
in the accepted with
Mhm.
e4 where you castle long.
Yeah.
And then f6 is coming.
We'll see what happens here. This looks interesting. I would like to know what's the best move. So bishop e3, queen c7. Really would like to make queen a4 work, but queen knight b6 and queen a7, knight c4, and nothing there. Queen e2 looks normal. And on knight b6 maybe just bishop d3. I like this bishop here over protecting the knight, also because I would like to be able to push the pawns.
In the accepted, that bishop's actually on b3, right? And
On b3, yeah.
and that's a better version for black, I think, than here.
I think, yeah, makes no. It's just a matter of taste. They can also play bishop d3 or bishop b3.
So in Ella's game, bishop takes a6 was played.
Okay. So was for 38, queen a6 and knight f8. Okay, so I'm
How about knight
e2, yeah? Knight e2 here.
She wants queen d7. That's why she moved the knight out.
Maybe queen d6.
I wanted to be able to move the rook.
So here queen d7. No, okay, I think white is a little better. Knight f4.
Knight d6 maybe.
Yeah, and white can start putting pressure there. Knight f4, g takes f4, we get the c5 square.
And then the bishop is...
The bishop that has nothing to do.
nothing to do, no?
Yeah, looks a solid advantage.
Okay, let's see what else do we have. Who is this? Miruna. With the black pieces, this this a6 line. Now you're getting an accepted. Sort of.
Yeah, it's an accepted, but
without the knight on
without
f3.
the knight on f3, yeah?
Yeah.
Who is benefit from this? Possibly nobody, yeah. But bishop is, but I think what black should be fine. So
bishop e6 wasn't there, right? Earlier because the
no,
rook
because
f7.
there is rook f7
and that's what I needed knight g5.
So here, not sure what's going on, but yeah. What will black play? White wants to play d5, yeah.
And knight d5, you can't play.
You cannot play, I think. Knight takes d5.
Yeah, the bishop on e7 is...
So if you play here, we take on d5 and...
Unless you want to take with the pawn, but I don't think you want.
No, you don't. I don't think so. I think rook c8 looks normal, right?
Yeah.
And then while we play d5, hopefully we can do something about this. But we need to be very careful. Looks like
you're losing the bishop on e7.
Indeed I am. Yeah. So rook c8 is not...
Wait. There was no trick up my sleeve with the back rank. I was looking at queen e8, bishop d6, and try taking
but
on d6, but there's rook d1. Yeah. So what? Maybe no, queen a5. My bishop will be hanging. That's even worse, no?
I thought about that.
d5. What do I do on d5?
Well, you have to take. Knight takes.
Bishop. And now my rook on e1. No, you can take. My rook on e1 is hanging. You can take.
So queen a5 is a good move, yeah? Getting the queen out of the line. And preparing maybe rook d8.
Yeah.
Yeah, this may be. Also, if I play rook e5, you have moves like queen b4.
I do.
Yeah, interesting games. I don't know, a lot of things happening, and I feel like we are not seeing too much of Sicilians today. We have let's check who is playing Sicilian. So okay, so here this game is already more or less over. Let's see board 10. We have oh, what is this game where we were looking at
Salimova.
the G4 line?
The G4 line. Oh, I don't know. It was a game, Booksha, I think. Board 4. This is the game, and
Okay.
G4 did not happen.
G4 did not happen. I wonder why. This is G4 did not happen. Was Bishop E4, Knight C5. If you play Bishop F3, Queen F3, so someone was saying that F5, but we always have 96. And if you have to play something like Queen C8, this position looks terrible. Like here, even for white, and you know, something that you don't intuitively think, but even this structure is just great because your bishop goes here, and then you try h4 and h5 when the knight goes to f7. So you know, one can think that you need to keep your pawn on e5, but not really. I played a game like this with black against some grandmaster from Georgia. He's a little from mine. Forget his name, but I remember that he used to play against the Sicilian. He used to play b3 on second move, and I didn't want to play against that. So when he played e4, I just played g6, trying to be quick and, and stop the b3 fianchetto. So
That's wise.
so I played that, and I went for this thing with c6 and d5, and I was more or less playing by ear. No, I was just intuitively, and then at some point he took on f6. We played this structure, and white was better all the time with two bishops and lots of pawn breaks. So unless I miss something, I think I'm not really. So this happened. Let's see what happened. Knight c5, knight f5. This is something that it would not be possible with our pawn on g4. Knight on h6.
For sure, no.
So bishop f2.
Okay, but now the knight.
Okay, it's not possible to take because the pawn gets to e3, so the chance, and then bishop h6, and there are some problems defending
You can
f4.
still go g4 now.
Yes, you can, and probably you should, yeah.
And on knight g7, I don't have g5 because my my knight is pinned, no? But bishop g3 is what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
But knight e6.
Okay, we will need to play this, and then she probably can take on f3, and my position collapses. Yes, this is a way where your position can collapse.
And suddenly I'm losing everything.
You lose everything, yeah. Well, you have to play this g5, but f4 become. Oh, actually, bishop takes g5.
Yeah, I didn't want to play g5 like this. I wanted to play g5, winning the bishop on h6.
Yeah. So bishop h6 is very annoying.
I think the line that we played was forced. No, g4, knight g7. I have to play bishop g3.
Well, you can play here.
But still, knight d6.
And then queen d2.
Oh, I can improve. Back. One move. Back. I can take on e5 first. Bishop e3 you played. I
So you
take
wanna
on
take
e5,
here?
yes.
I'm forced.
Yes.
Yes, I'm forced.
And now I'm going to play knight e6. And now I'm going to castle long. Or
Castle-
take on
castle
a castle
short.
short. That's short castle. I need a coffee. It's my coffee time break. Or take on
I was
F3.
like, where
Where does she want to castle?
does she want to castle?
Or take on F3 like you said, and then castle short.
Sure. Okay, so take on F3 and then castle long. Because F5, you can even just take E5. It's,
Yeah, because the bishop is hanging.
it's not going to be. It's not going to be anything, yeah. Well, we will see if white is punished in this variation. Okay, Vashavili just won the game, first game to finish. I think it was just.
And she's getting closer to.
Is she in my predictions?
She has 7. She's no, she's not in your predictions.
Oh,
How many? No, she's not going on 7. She's going on 6. Oh, only on 6. She's going on 6. She had 5 points.
it's still the last. Today's
Last 2, 3. Today is 9, and we have 2 more left.
yeah. This will be
This will be critical, yeah,
changing. Yeah, right.
for sure.
Okay, let's see if Salimova played this. Oh, knight f8 in the end.
Mhm.
Knight f8. We left it after queen d3 and then
18,
knight
yeah.
f8. Yeah. Wonder what she saw after knight g5.
Yeah, it seems fine. No?
But she played knight f8. Queen f3. Bishop e6. Totally fine position for black. And we'll see.
And Irina?
So this is board
Because 18.
18.
Since she castle long.
Yeah,
like
I
you were
suspected.
saying, yeah.
Yeah, she castle alone and then f5 will come for sure. And
Yeah, she blocked the a pawn with a6. Okay, now white wants to play b4 after bishop a4. That's what she wants, no?
hard to say. I'm
Knight
thinking
c4 and knight
knight
b6
c4
is also there.
is probably the main idea. I think. I think that the idea of bishop a4 is to stop black from playing knight a7.
I was also under attack, so that bishop is coming from b5.
Yeah, the bishop is coming from b5. So we left it around here.
Yeah.
A4 castle and then bishop b5. I think that something like knight e7 could have been an option for black because you're threatening to take on d5 and so on. A5, a6, bishop a4.
Ah, so she had to play king b8 because of a6.
Yeah,
Knight b6 loses the queen. So this was necessary. Now bishop a4. Yeah, knight c4. I think b4 is probably there also. If you want to open the queen side, how are you going to manage that if not with b4?
Yeah, maybe. I'm not very optimistic on these attacks. I'm thinking that mostly will be knight c4 and try to get the queen somewhere and maybe play c3 at some point. I think before white begins attacking needs to solve a few things with development, but because black's play is going fast. You can play f5 and knight e7 probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really happening. Like in the next couple moves, f5, and Irina will consider if knight e7 or move the queen first and then knight e7. I think you can even play knight e7. Like really
Because
not
knight f6 is
not too worried about knight e7, queen e7, bishop e6, b takes e6.
Yeah, I think
not
that's
worried.
solid, no?
Not worried at all about that. So my guess is white needs to get the pieces out. I think we should take a short break.
Take that coffee break.
Have that small poison called caffeine. Yeah. And then
Then I will be back.
you will come back.
I will come back. Maybe you visit later.
Maybe later, yeah.
Maybe you visit towards the end of this. After you finish all your work. Okay, so we're going to go on a break now. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, we'll see you in a bit. Hello, I'm back with the games and with sound now, I think. I hope. Yes. Yeah, let's see where we left all this. Okay, we left it here. Irina's game and knight c4 was played as Renier suggested. Knight b6. Nice in between move to take back with the knight, and now queen c8. Okay, and we'll see probably f5 soon. But things were happening. You were telling me on board 1. Oh yes. Things are definitely heating up here. So we saw c5 in the end. In this position. Renier was suggesting e5, no? He wanted to play with e5 because here on c5, d5, e5, and now f4. And this felt a little cramped for black, but let's see if that's true. So she took here, takes, and bishop f6. Try to get the pieces out. Queen d3. Yeah, she's playing for e5. She will want to play e5 at some point here. I was just wondering if here something like knight f5. Knight f5 could be the threat. Yes, knight f5 followed by e5. I'm attacking d6 on knight f5. And this is probably why black played g6 in this position. Knight g4 played. And now the dark squares. This is a nasty threat here on h6. I couldn't have gone knight h6 here, right? Knight h6, king g7 is the move, but here I have an idea, which is rook e3. Yeah, not working. Just f6, and I'm not mating anybody. I've just lost a knight. Yeah, no, this shouldn't work. I was looking at knight f5 and rook e3, but just f6 and the king is safe. So no such thing. Queen takes c3. And now this is a threat. Now you don't want to play f6, for example, so she goes queen h4. And here queen g3. Okay, this endgame looks very, very good for white, but I have to wonder if she couldn't have kept queens here. Probably not, because f5 is another idea that black has. So if I defend the knight with white, h3 or queen f3, then f5. And then my king might be in danger. So just queen g3, going for this slightly better endgame. And now f5. Can f5 still be tried? Probably on f5 you'll play knight f2. Okay, if black takes, that will be great. No, knight takes and takes on d6. But what if you rook e8? Okay, maybe then we can take on f5 and create a weakness here on f5. Since black will have to take with the pawn, yeah? If she takes on e1 and takes on f5 with the rook, then my rook gets in. Don't know, rook e6, rook e7. Feels like white is better. There's knight e4, oops, knight e4 also there. So something like this. Here. Okay, knight e4 wins the pawn on the spot. So I don't need rook e6, I don't need rook e8, just knight e4. And this pawn. No? Okay, so the game was takes, takes, and h5 played. Because now e5 will happen if black waits for too long. So she plays h5, and the question is, where will the knight go? The knight could be good on f3. On f3 or on d3 maybe. So I could go knight f2, and then from d3 the knight can support e5, but from f2, you know, sometimes this knight can go to e4 after I push e5, or if this pawn is gone. On the other hand, yeah, I think knight f2. Knight f2 played, yeah, this makes sense. Could also think about doubling your rooks on the e file now. All good. Here watching games, we had a very interesting game that's already finished. Nino Batsiashvili. Otherwise, all's good, thank you. How are you? Our camera is again frozen. Let's move that camera to the left, since it was always the left camera frozen. And it unfroze. You just have to give it some attention, apparently. Suddenly people are moving. And yeah, they're moving. It's funny. It feels like half of the camera is frozen. People are just standing really still, I guess. Half of the left camera is very still and half of it is moving. Everybody moving now. So rook e8 played. Okay, on rook e2, will black want to perhaps play f5? But I don't think this should be good for black. Rook e1. Now I'm taking on e4 back with my knight. But she plays knight d3, so she's threatening once again to go e5 right away. And then she can double rooks, I guess. I liked having the rooks on the e file already. But you could still do that on rook e7. No, I'll play rook e2, yeah? I like the knight on f2 because I had the option of taking on e4 with the knight. But now, yes, now I can play e5, so I don't have to take anything back on e4. And rook here, I will play rook e1. This looks really good for white, and she will play e5 sooner or later. I really like her Yulia's position here. If she wins this game, she will be on 8 points, which is very promising. As I was saying, it will be very hard, very difficult to stop her. Renier doesn't believe, but I think that once she gets on 8 points, it will be very difficult not to win the tournament. She will be 1 point ahead. Most people. Two draws should be enough for her to win the tournament. She'll probably play for a win anyway, but Okay, what is happening here? So didn't we leave this in a quiet position, sort of? Oh, 95. Wow, 95, because we completely missed this move. We wanted to move the queen out of b6 because d5 was coming. 95 feels somewhat counterintuitive because you open the bishop, but then this one here is hanging. So how is pawn takes e5? This must be really bad. So I take here, bishop takes, and then I take one of the rooks. Takes this one with check, and then I take on b6. And I just won a pawn, just like that. So 95 works here really well then. 95. And another thing that we're looking at was d5, but of course without a pawn on e5, why would you play d5? Now you don't have d6, besides you're pinned. So whenever you go d5, the queen moves away. What did she do? She played bishop e2. So what was this? This was... Did she just miss this? Or she couldn't... She simply couldn't avoid this knight e5 idea. For example, bishop f4 seems like a way of avoiding it, yes? But h4 is also hanging, so maybe that was the problem. No, with bishop e3 she was hoping to get d5 when bishop h4, and then knight e5 happened. Knight g4, very good move. Keeping an eye on this bishop, and now takes here, takes, and h4 is hanging. Suddenly the rook has opened. d5 of course makes sense, but you're still going to be pinned. Just queen c7. You can't take any of the pawns. Knight c3, and you still cannot take anywhere, so she uses this moment to play knight f6 to get a piece out. But then knight b5 comes. White did have something up her sleeve. So if I took this pawn, knight b5 is still there. Because now if I take, as it happens in the game, rook c1 wins the queen. This didn't turn out so bad, no? If it all... Wonder how knight f6 is, and then knight b5. Okay. So no digging because of rook c1 and nothing. And then queen a5 played here, and king c7, and your knight is not coming out. But before you take that knight, you'll have to see what you do about c6. So what if... Oh, I can never take on c6. What can I play here? Queen b3. Queen b3, black can just take on d5, I thought. There's a check on f4. How is that check? Probably nothing. Bishop d6 and my knight on a7 will be hanging. Then is this really bad for white? I think she blundered it. She must have blundered it, yeah? It doesn't feel natural for knight e5 to work. 8 points was enough to win in 2019. Yeah, I don't remember that. But it surely won't be enough for this tournament. If Julia wins this, you'll need more than 8 points. Engine says -5, so okay, so that should be enough. There's no attack. You know, here with white, you'll try to think about things like b4, but wait, I don't even have that because rook b1 is never a threat. So I guess black can just take every pawn that she's offered. Bishop takes b4. So Kotenashvili going strong. Bella is going up in the standings, and she was Ranier's choice for champion this year. If she wins, she will probably win. She will go on 7 points. How is Diamante doing this endgame? What does the book say about this endgame? How is this? G5 just played. Oh, this was some nice trick over here. So bishop f7, bishop b7, and now she plays rook g3 in between move, because if you take, I'm going to take g7 and win the rook on a7. And then g5. And now I would like to know if I can take this pawn. And then you're going to take here, and I'm going to try and promote the pawn. Bishop h7. I am going to promote, and here unfortunately nothing happens. Takes, takes, and nothing. Just like that, nothing. Okay, let me try again. So pawn takes g6 is probably critical here. Bishop takes e4. On rook e3 you're just going to play f5, and she played bishop d3, so there was nothing there. But bishop d3, yeah, and she wants to play rook h3 to take h6. Provoking g5 was a strong idea here. And now does black have to play h5, because rook h3, how are you going to stop? Could play king f7 and king g7, but that feels a little passive. For example, on h5, there are also ideas with rook e3 and rook e6. However, f6 is all defended. I wanted to play h4 on rook h3. Yeah, probably not much. You can give a check, and I'm going to go maybe to f7. Okay, so not very much in this position. There was nothing better, no? Bishop b7. Yeah, the thing is that if you take here, rook takes, and try to do something like rook g3, you might be in great danger with king d6 and king e5. Have to be careful with white not to lose that pawn on f5. So I think this rook g3 was very precise here. And bishop d3. I'm curious about black's move. Will she play h5? Will she move the bishop out of the way to get the rook out? Will she try to activate her king maybe and forget about the pawn on h6? Because black could try to get her king on e5, and then she will win the pawn on f5 if the rook goes after h6. So if just, let's say that white cooperates, something like this, and now I can play bishop 2, not to e4 because I lose e6, f6, but bishop to c8 and take f5. This looks like an interesting plan. Just bishop c8 now. Bishop c8 after bishop d3. No? Bishop c8. And you want to just attack the pawn on f5. King d6 is the idea, right? I think so. On h5 I thought about h4, but I didn't think that this is so bad. Why don't I... Can I play simply g4? I was thinking that this pawn is going to be strong on g4. And this pawn can advance. I don't think you really want this so much with white. h5 is fixed now, but how do you attack this pawn on h5? It's not going to be easy. You probably can't even leave the g pawn alone. Shouldn't move the rook. And king d6 was played. She's going for this plan with bishop c8. And attack f5, which is more aggressive. Or do we have to play rook e3 maybe? But as suggested, bishop c8. Okay, this here, rook h8 is similar, no? Just the same as before. Whenever I take on h6, bishop f5. No, I wanted to avoid this. Maybe she could try to play for c4 and get a passed pawn on the queen side. I don't have c4 right away because I lose a pawn, but and maybe bring the king out, king c3 and king d4 first. I think this is not so simple to play with white. What's happening on board 4? What's happening on board 4? So, wait. We left this here. And on bishop h6, black played g3. Yeah, we looked at g4, which didn't work because this pawn on f4 was a weakness, so she went for g3. Just defending there. Rook g1. Keep an eye on g3. Maybe you want to free the bishop somehow. Maybe you want to play g4. You want to play g4 and not have your knight pinned. So this is what you want. g4, when the knight moves out. g7 is the only square. Now g5 works and the bishop will be trapped. Earlier with the rook on h1, there was a pin here, so I couldn't do this. Now I can. So black takes. Time to take this one. g4 is still a threat. g4, g5, so she takes on e5. Pawn takes. g4 keeps being a threat? Apparently not. So, okay, yes, e6, and now on g4 the knight is going to e7. Yes, okay, so g4 did work. Queen e2, castles. And now she goes for g4 and g5. I thought this gives up the square on f5, but there must be something happening here. Like, for example, the pawn on e6 is difficult to defend. King f7 and knight f5. She takes here. You have to take with the g pawn, otherwise e6 wins. And the queen gets in. And now I can win a pawn on h7. If nothing else. I probably can play queen takes h7 here. But there are other questions. G6 should be a question. What will you do about that bishop? Queen h7 asks the same question. And I might want to get my bishop in. I might want to play queen g6 and queen h. So okay, how is queen h7? Now I'm threatening the bishop, but I also want queen g6 and queen e6. Rook f7 doesn't work because of g6, winning this one. That leaves us with rook g8. Now queen g6, knight f8. I did not want to allow this. Do I have any tactics here? Knight e6, simply knight takes, yeah? I don't see anything working there. So let me find something better here. Something like bishop h4 and g6. Because the king is not allowed to go to the 8th rank, then the rook is lost. So I don't know which way to start. Probably with g6, because no, but this should be the same. Bishop h4. I was wondering if I allow knight takes e5, but g6 is also coming. King d7, and I will have knight e2, no? Here I can even take, and on check knight e2. Not much, but if I start with g6, my knight will be defended, so I think that will kill any hope of knight e5. And now on bishop h4, where is the king going? Maybe you have to play knight c5 to have king d7, but you play king d7, I play bishop f6. Looks really bad for black. I probably also missed a few things here. And g6? How is g6? Okay, the thing is that here black can go h6. No, she takes on h7. No need for g6. And rook g8 played. And now let's see what move she will go for. I'm also thinking that here you can just push h4, h5 and h6. It's much slower, but I think it should work. Yeah. What is happening in this endgame? She played c5. The pawn is missing. So we left it on, yeah, right here, knight b3. G6 seems to work. Yeah, it seems to work, unless I missed some tactics there on e5. But I don't think they should work. Black doesn't seem to be prepared. Bishop e8 played, and now c5. We were looking at this. Rook c8, bishop e4. And a3. Weren't we looking at knight b4? But it wasn't here, no? Yeah, c5 played. Okay. I'm mixing up ideas. Knight b4. Takes. a2 is hanging. Now she goes back. Defender takes and bishop takes. And then we have this endgame. How is this endgame? Can anybody have real chances of winning here? So what if knight a6, just rook takes c1 and rook c8? Looks very equal. Rook c2 is an option and rook c1, but black is ready to double the rooks on the c file as well. Rook c8 next. It looks even, yeah. There are many pieces left, but I also think that these pieces could easily be traded on the c file. White could have a plan of pushing a4, a5, but I don't think she will be able to do that. a4 is well defended, and now after rook c8, you have to decide what you want to do with the knight. Now that's one line. If you allow rook c8, knight b3, that's one line where everything gets traded off on the c file. I think rook c2 is a move that makes sense here. Followed by rook c1. How is this game? 5. Black is a pawn up. She is. This one is hanging here, and this knight don't know if it's coming out. Queen e3. I was looking at queen e1 because I wanted to pin the knight. Here I thought the knight could go to h3, but I guess that the idea is to play rook h1 and you're still pinned. But how is queen e1? What am I missing here? I want to take on f2. Why is this not winning the knight already? Why is this not winning the knight? Yeah, knight d3 I'm defended. I was counting on having my queen defended here. So what happens on queen e1? Ah, there's a check here on g5. Really blind. There's a check on g5, and I'm going to lose this bishop on g2. So that's why queen e1 doesn't work. Yeah, very simple actually. Queen e3. Queen e3 doesn't allow the check, but it allows the knight to go to h3, and that's all black has here, no? Knight h3. And now, are we trapping the knight with rook h1? No. The answer is we are not trapping the knight because, oh yes, oh this is nice. Queen g5, you just take and play rook h8. And the rook is hanging on a8. No queen g5 then. Queen f2, you'll just take and play rook h8 as well. Maybe what you can do is try to get your king out of the way so there's no rook h8. But then I will take on h3 and play f4 and win the bishop. So this is the threat. Takes, takes, and f4. Or knight g1. So if you get the king out, I will take, and here I have knight g1 without giving up a pawn, and f4 and queen takes h3. This is also fine, but I give up the pawn, so I give it up. Knight g1. Okay, is black winning the knight? Seems so. White winning the knight, sorry. White is winning the knight. We have a draw here on board 8 between Garifulina and Sarsian. It's a complicated position here. We have board number 7, Teodora versus Sophie. What is happening here? Equal material. What else is happening? My queen is hanging. This pawn is also hanging. So what if queen b1? G6 most likely. G6, defend, or is something else happening? I'm not losing any other pawn, it seems to be well defended. I like black in this position. If there are no tricks here, I like black. She has the bishop, she has the center. Okay, but maybe here there is something better than just playing queen b1. But what? Not many squares for this queen. Could go queen c2, but I don't see how that changes things. G6 anyway. Rook a1. And my knight can go to b6. Here, if rook a1, I can go back to b6. I think black is a little better here. Let's see what white plays. She played queen to a1. That's also an option because the knight doesn't have a good discovery, so she wants to keep the queen on dark squares then, no? That should be the idea, to have some ideas like this. Queen f6. But I could go queen f8 here, no, with black. Queen f8 or queen d8. Queen d8 forces the trade of queens. However, queen f8 seems better because my queen goes to g7 if white doesn't take. Okay, she has a check on e6, which I didn't take into account, but I will play king h8 on queen e6. And that's all. G6 has to be played, right? What else do you have if not G6? So what happens if G6? The only thing that I'm worried about are ideas with knight at G6, but if I play here, now I wanted knight G6. But on queen f8, it's not going to work because the queen is close. King h8, takes on G6. Okay, takes on G6, queen takes and bishop f5. And maybe I can go to G7, bishop f5 if I go to G7. Aha. Now if I take, knight f5, and this one is hanging. No, she played knight b6 in the game. Knight b6 and queen b2. This is a position, so something is happening here. Yes, what is happening is that I should probably change the move order, because queen f6 is a double attack. So now if I take queen f6, hanging, and on queen f8 you take. You get the same position with an extra tempo, bishop f5, and asking you about how you're going to defend h7 and this bishop, so queen e7. But then I have queen h6, king g8, and queen and bishop e6. And it seems that this game will end in a draw. Knight a4, queen a1, because black can't defend f5 in a good way here. Whenever g6 is played, knight g6, same line. So here we'll see a repetition with knight b6 and knight a4. Very sure about that. How is this game? Okay, we have this passed pawn on d5, which gives us a lot of space. White is better here for sure. The knight on a6 is a little out of play right now. Okay, knight e4 just played in this position. Any threat on knight e4? I don't think knight e4 is threatening anything in particular. So what can white do here? What can we play? Not sure how to make progress, no? Because if I take on e4, my pawn on b2 will be hanging. Knight e4, bishop e4, and maybe b3, but then my queen is awkward there, no? On the other hand, I'm threatening to take... No, I'm not really threatening to take c5, actually. So if knight e4, bishop takes here. Here this pawn on b2 is hanging, so wondering about b3. But this doesn't feel right, because you don't really have bishop takes c5. I was wondering about knight b4 here. Try to play against this queen. There's a knight c2 idea. How is this queen coming out? If you take here, something like knight c2. Don't know if there's anything better. Let's see how this is. And there's a b6 here, for example, queen a7, b6, no? And just bishop d4. No, but here some things are hanging. Take on d4 and some queen g5 ideas. No takes here. There's bishop. No, there's no bishop g2. Rook a8, queen b7. There's bishop d5. But I wanted more, so how can I get more here? Knight b4, bishop takes c5. And maybe just take on d5. No, maybe knight c2 is not a lot, and you can just take on d5 instead. Still this feels right. Queen a7, and queen a7 feels very wrong. Also go rook a8 and rook a2. Have some threats there on the second rank. No, I like b6 because I didn't want to give up this pawn, and on bishop d4 maybe here I can improve. Or maybe just play this. Takes on d5 and you have the two bishops. The queen on a7 is not safe, but no, none of this happened, of course. White looked shaky there. Bishop b5. Yeah, this is a move that made sense. I thought this could be played, and now rook d8, right? So what happens here? What do we do next? If bishop f4, I have bishop f4 and bishop e5. Yeah, this looks interesting. And bishop e5 here. Try to get rid of this bishop, this annoying bishop here on g7. Queen e7, I want to take here. Okay, and without the pressure on the long diagonal now, I could think about using the dark squares, like take on e4 and queen c3, for example. There's also rook e1 there, if bishop takes. You have to be careful with d5. Could probably also think about taking that one on a6 already. I can already take this one, no? Take here, queen a6. There's nothing happening here. I like this. So bishop b5 with rook d8, bishop f4 with the idea of bishop e5. Get the queen out of there and take on a6. Looks straightforward. So what else can black do? Rook e7. I don't believe in rook e7. Bishop f4 and d6 should also be there. Now, rook e7 doesn't look like a move. I think rook c8. But don't I have the same move here and bishop here? I do have the same thing. Yeah, this looks... Why not rook c8? Yes, rook c8 can be played. I thought this rook wanted to be on d8, and now on bishop f4. Maybe just go back to d6. I would still play bishop e5. No, okay. Maybe go back to d6. Maybe you can do this now. Play like this then. They both wasted a lot of time. How much time do they have? Oh, right. I hadn't even checked the time. 4 minutes versus 8. Yeah, that's true. This is big time trouble. 20 moves left and the position is nothing easy. Easier for white, that's for sure, but still very complicated. How is this game going? Okay, white managed to open the b file. She played b4. How did she do that? Here she took on h6 and queen d2, winning a tempo, and I has to go back. Takes here and b4, just like that. Feels like black doesn't have time to get her pieces out. No, she doesn't have time for f5. So now she takes here and short castles. And she keeps this knight, this annoying knight. And queen c6, why not queen to e6? Because of queen b4. That's the idea. Queen takes b4 and she's threatening to mate on b7. Not clear how you're going to defend that. So she has to stay here. Now rook b4 and Irina plays queen rook c8. She wants to take on c2. She would be happy to trade queens here, but what if rook b1? Rook b1 she might want to defend like this. And what happens on rook b6? And there is a very nice little tactical trick here that if you play queen c5, I have, or so I believe, I must see if it works. Yeah, it doesn't work because I give up too many pieces. But I was looking at this and knight d7. The problem is that I give up too many pieces. So let's say king c8, and now if I take here, this check. And that's a lot of pieces. Rook b1 played. She doesn't have to play rook c7 though, does she? She played b5. Okay. Looks dangerous though. If you play b5 here, pawn takes b6, but I think she was already in a lot of trouble here. Because rook c4 is also there, rook b6 is also there, all this, and then maybe queen b4. This is very annoying here. And she tries to play b5 just to hide behind the pawn, no? Just no more problems there. And here she might want to take on c2. But you just take and play b7, right? And knight d7. Have rook c7 still. I also have c4 here. If I want to keep the b file open, I can play c4 with white. And then there are no ideas of trading queens. Maybe even better. She played c4, yes. She played c4 here. Looking ugly for Irina here. How are the rest of the Romanians doing? Luminița has an extra pawn, another long endgame. She's played a lot of endgames this tournament. Yeah, this knight on d5 looks really strong. She just played king g2, trying to centralize her king. This rook probably belongs on d7, so you take a look at the pawn on d6, put pressure, and somehow you might want to put pressure on f7. h4, yeah, king g7, h4. I was thinking that h4 is a move that I want to play to fix the pawns there and get my king out, perhaps. Maybe bring it all the way to d5. Let's see. How is Mihaela now? It's white to play. Black just captured on f3, so here she will take on f3. Or is there anything better? How are the pieces? Okay, black has 2 pieces for a rook. But Mihaela has these 2 pawns on the queen side. However, how do you really how do you push these pawns? They can't advance, no? One of them will always be hanging. I don't like this very much for white. The bishops should be very strong. The 2 black bishops. Yeah, let's see if she can create anything here. Maybe something on the e file. Maybe, though it's unclear because the bishop on f6 will defend everything. What else do we have? Okay, we had our friend Ellen on board 38. And she's down on exchange. Any pawns? No pawns. How did this happen? We thought that she had a pleasant position here. What happened? She went before knight a4. Knight c3 here, knight c7, and she has to come back. Black played a5. Knight a4, yeah. Was wondering about this, and just rook b8. Knight b2 doesn't feel right. This knight doesn't feel right on b2. Something went wrong here. Can I go queen c2 instead? She was trying to keep the c file open. I'm sure that this was her idea, but could she just play queen c2? Oh, this is the point, right? And c5. And now my knight on a4 was hanging. No, yeah. So here something went wrong. What to do then? Okay, this feels natural. No, you want to fix that pawn on c6. Maybe here is where it all started. On knight a4. But what else can she do? We were looking at knight e2 ideas and bringing this knight to f4. The knight on f4, the knight on a4 is misplaced, right? Even in the game, the knight on a4 had problems. Knight e2, and we were looking at knight f4. Yeah, remember, this is the idea that we looked at. In fact, we looked at knight e2 here. Without any b4, just bring the knight to f4 first, and then play b4. Nothing wrong with b4 for sure, but here it starts to feel wrong. Now a3 and queen d7 because she doesn't want to allow queen b7 at some point. Here. And this gets ugly now. And c5 anyway. Yeah, c5 anyway because this is pinned. And when you take here, I take and the knight is hanging. Always the problem. Knight e5, takes, and queen e7. Tiny problem on e5. And this knight. Knight b5 will be there. Rook a3. Rook a2. Knight b5 coming, no? Yeah. And here she decides to give up the exchange because if she allows d4, it's just too much. Now she takes... Oh, she doesn't have time to take anything, yeah. Queen d4. Now she wants knight b6 and get her exchange back. But does queen takes b4 work? Queen takes b4 should work. I take this one first, and then I give a check. Don't know which one I'm going to use. King h2, and then I'm going to play rook c1 and threaten checkmate here. This looks bad for Ellen. Queen b4. I don't know if there's anything better. Probably. There probably is. But queen b4 seems simple. Board 15. What is happening on board 15? Another endgame. Exchange up for white, but black has 2 pawns for the exchange. That should be enough. That knight on d5 is a monster, and that bishop on g7 is also really annoying. Knight b4 played, and if you take it, I take on e5. She wants knight c2 as well. And here she will take here. Did she have to play knight b4? I really like the knight on d5, to be honest. I thought this is a great piece. And I thought this knight on e5 is something that white will have to worry about. Because, you know, what do you move? Couldn't I try to simply advance this pawn all the way to a3 and maybe get a2 instead? Mainly because I don't see how white unpins herself. What happens if I start pushing this one? This is how she unpins herself. Queen e4, but I have time for a4. And I will play a3. I think white is happy with knight b4, and now she gets rid of this knight. And this is a whole different thing now, right? What can white try? That pawn on a6. Can she try to get that one? Bishop c3 is a threat right now. Maybe she could try something like rook f1. Ideas of queen f8. Queen a4 is also a move here. Yeah, very interesting endgame now. Queen e4 played. Bishop g7, I guess. I think it makes sense to get this bishop out of this diagonal, because you might think that if a queen ends up on g3, there could be threats on the dark squares. So you'd really want this bishop out of here. And now, let's see, right? Maybe rook f1. But maybe rook b1. Maybe this is what she wants. Rook b1 and try for rook b7. Very interesting. What happened here? b5, c4 was played. And now d5. Takes. The knight was hanging on f6, so she takes. Pawn takes. And queen e3. Yeah, just looking at b6. And takes on b5. And this looks really, really, really ugly. Really ugly. What other games do we have? Something that we haven't checked. How is the board 13 going? A lot of things have changed because of the time trouble. Things went very fast here. Bishop b5 was the last thing I saw. Rook d8, bishop f4. Yeah, things that we're looking at. Knight d6. And bishop takes a6. Takes, and now this pawn on b2 will be hanging if you take immediately on a6, but bishop e5. Here she takes here, and she takes c5. Gives up b2, but then you have a lot of play here. Knight d4, knight c6, queen g5. Now she takes here, knight f5 and knight e4. The dark squares. Did she just win now? Did Laura just win? Queen g4 played. She wants to get the knight on e4, but I don't think White is worried about that. Queen c3. I don't even think you're going to get that knight, are you? Queen c3 played. And where is the king going? To f8, because to any other square, knight f6. But queen h8? I might not even want the rook on b2. Queen h8, king e7, queen f6. She plays queen h8. Looks too tempting. Queen f6. Or what? Ah, she can take on b2 now. And because on queen e4 there's rook e1. So she might just take on b2. It's an extra rook. It's a full rook after queen takes b2. If here, rook e1. I think queen b2 will be played. Long time. I don't think you go on calculating queen f6. Although queen f6, king has to go to e8. Because on king d7 you take on f7, and that's also a very... Oh, rook c7 is another check. I missed this one. This is mate now. Rook d7 only move, queen f6, king e8, and rook c8. Game over. Much cleaner than taking anything. Queen f6, and let's see the checkmate, if black allows it. She'll probably just resign here. Board 32. What's happening on board 32? Wow, just queen f2 just played. So if you take rook d1 is mate, and isn't bishop g7 mate first? Wait, what? Bishop g7? How is this not working? Queen h8 is not mate? Maybe her way is also mate? Ah, bishop g7 is also mate, yeah. Okay, so there you have the answer. Board 32, black just lost. But how did this happen? Here. Okay, around here things look fine. White has the bishop pair. It's always nice to have that. And she has an attack. Rook d6, and here queen e7 and queen f8. Yeah, rook d6 was the mistake then. But queen e7 was still a threat, attacking here and threatening here. So here, and now you have to go for this. And just rook h3. So only try king h1, because if you take rook d1, here, and now she plays bishop h4, queen f2, again the only try, and mate. What else do we have? How are the first boards doing? Well, black seems fine now. Black seems fine here. So last move we saw was queen g3, takes, knight f2, knight goes to d3. And here this was the last position that I saw, and here she plays f6. Yes. Yeah, this makes sense to stop e5. King here. a6, she's looking for a rupture here with b5. Not allowed. And then she goes for g5. And now she goes on the h file. And this is our position now. She's looking for h4, which just happened. Rook h1. So what happens here? If I take on g3, looks about equal, but so this will probably happen. Rook h7. I have to take, no in between move. She takes. Here I don't have anything but takes, right? I actually have no, I don't have anything. Rook h1 is coming back. So rook h7 played. She can also take on g3 now. This looks pretty drawish. I don't think any of them could break through. Rook h7 played, king takes h7, king g3, and then maybe king g6. Will most likely end in a draw. King h7 played, and now king g3, yeah? Now we have this endgame. And here I was thinking king g6. You could also take on f4, but I thought why bring the king closer? Let me play king g6. Maybe a draw. Board 22, another interesting endgame. Okay, we have some results here. Natalia just won. And here, queen h7. How did she win this? Did she go for g6? Yeah, she did go for g6, threatening bishop h4. And 95, of course, was the question. Only try from black. King f1. Yeah, because the knight is defended now. Queen f4. And it's simply lost. And now rook e5. Really nice. Because of knight c6. And the bishop on g7 is pinned, so you can't take with that. Rook d6, and here she just starts checking, yeah? And rook e2. Okay, just bring all the pieces. We have here, Narva Mai won her game. She was winning a piece last time I saw. It was this game. Yes, she had played. She had just played queen e3 and now knight h3, rook h1. And yeah, black gives up the piece, knight c4. Have to give up on one. Yeah, piece up. How is this endgame? This was very interesting. A lot of things have changed. The pawn on f5 is gone, and so is the pawn on the a file. We left it here on king d6, and this was played. Now rook h7, she defends, cutting the king. So now you don't have king e5. And she tries to create a passed pawn here, yeah. Give that up and take the other one. King stays here to stop the pawns. And how is this endgame? Probably a draw, but it feels like these pawns here are more dangerous than these two, which are not so simple to advance. Or am I mistaken here? The thing is that if you try to advance them, you might even lose them. a4. And now on king b4. The thing is that after b6, you will have to play bishop c6 and you lose f5. Okay, this makes sense. So then I can play b5 then, if king c5 is not such a big thing. She plays a4. Or you can just play a4, of course. because on bishop a4 you take this one. And she wants to advance on dark squares, which makes more sense, so that she doesn't get blocked on the dark squares with the king. She wants to advance them like this, so she can always push them. Probably a draw. I think she can draw this, yes. a4 looks strong. f4 is the question. I don't take on a4, but now she wants b5, a5, sorry. And here I guess, yeah, but on g3 you still block those pawns. Is this how you... The thing is that I will block them with the bishop on e4, so I'm going to take here and now maybe take this way. But still I block them with the king on g2. No, I think the Imante is just fine here. a4 and unblock the pawns with the king. Here, things were happening here at some point. You told me that black was winning, very much winning. Is she still winning? So here is where I left it. Bishop f4 check, bishop d6, queen d4, and d5 is lost as well. It's a piece up, the king is open, but yeah, you can never use the b file. And with just the queen, yeah, she's trying to kick that bishop out of there. Now if bishop moves, queen f7 should be the idea. And she also takes this one. Queen a1 with the idea of rook b1, but you just come back. Just have to be careful not to hang something, but black should be winning. What is white playing to play rook d8? I don't know. Maybe she's trying to find something else. But is there really any other move? Rook d8 is not threatening much either, is it? There's no threat on rook d8. But how do you win this with black? I was thinking that here, now since g4 was hanging, I could simply play f5, defend that pawn, and then try to advance them with e5 and so on. e5 and g3 is there if the queen goes away, but I have to be careful. No, queen f3, there's bishop e4 always. But yeah, I don't know if there's anything better than rook d8. Rook d8 doesn't seem to be much, but not here on board 22. On board 22, Luminica, rook d8, here, f5, rook d8, and 96. She winning this piece. Rook a7, knight e6 and d5. Not winning this piece, but this now looks very easy to win because black has only one move, rook f6, and then your king can get in. And you will take on f8 after your king gets to g5. Okay, a win for Luminița today for sure. I don't see how black stops this plan. She's completely tied up here. You could win the pawn on d6, but I don't want that. The clean win is to get the king, trade everything off, and win the pawn endgame. Yeah, d6 is hanging, I know, but do you want to play this and leave black with a rook, still winning? Or do you want to play this and take everything here, then take on g6 and win all the pawns? From a practical point of view, I feel like the pawn endgame is much easier to play and you give your opponent no hopes. It's simply about that. About not giving any type of counterplay, any hope that you might make a draw. Yeah, she will go for king g5. Luminița is a very good positional player. She squeezes these positions. She's always very good at winning them. So she goes for the most direct win. How are things going on in Irina's game? Okay, she has a rook on d2. And now is rook b8 anything? Rook c5, she just played rook b8, and she goes rook b7, king a8. So this has just happened. This looks very dangerous, but how do you mate? Check here, what if I play the other rook? King a6. And there is no other check. What does black want? She wants rook d1. Feels like she got something. Should be still lost, but how? She just gave these checks to reach move 40 and now she thinks again. Probably this was the point. Now she's trying to find a way. She's trying to find a win. I was wondering if she could just go a6 in this position. a7 and threatening rook b8. Black is still thinking here. How are the first boards? This endgame, king g3, king g6 played, knight d3. Now she takes on f4, takes, and king f7. Yeah, not sure that any of the two players can break through here. This knight will eventually go to e5, and the king will defend d6 if needed, and f6. You also have to be careful about b3. The knight shouldn't go away too far at least, because with the knight on e5, knight d3 and knight c1 could be happening. How about here? Rook d8, f5 as planned, and rook e8. How does she win this? She could just defend with bishop b3, I'm trying to see if there's anything more. Maybe queen b6 to have queen b1, but yes, to have queen b1 and maybe rook h7 ideas. g5 and rook h7. How is this move? Probably bad because of rook takes e6 and queen b1, king h2, and I don't have time to bring my rook. Yeah, so here rook takes e6. Okay, but I have this in between move. If rook takes, pawn takes, and I got rid of the queens, which were problematic here. And if queen takes, then I can go for the idea of queen b1. Can I? No, here I take the rook. I just take the rook. Sorry. No need for more. And if queen e5, then here this could happen. King h2, check, king g3. And this one, no, king takes g4. I don't see the mate. I have a check on b3, but I was looking for, no, just check on b3 and then take here. So queen b6 is a move, but you have to find g5, and if not, just bishop b3, I guess. Bishop b3, wanting queen c1, and bishop b3 played. Seems simpler. King h2. And now the question is, does g5 work? Queen takes, rook h7, king g3, and I will trade queens. Semenova missed mate on move 37. Let me check that. On move 37, she gave a check on f3, and this was mate. Oh, this was mate. Yeah, you're right. Rook a8. And queen b8. She must have been low on time. Yeah, very low on time. Rook b8 was mate. And rook a8. True, she played here. And now queen d5. And this is how they got here. Rook b8 back, king a7, and now she goes for rook d8. Ah, that's a nice trick as well. If queen takes d8, she will take this one. And this is still mate now. Wherever you go, I give a check and a mate. And here. And Irina resigned. On rook d8. Okay, tough second half for Irina. But let's see more. How is this game? Whoa, what just happened here? I thought black was doing fine, and here Mihaela found a nice tactical shot. Knight a7 was played. That one's hanging, but she wanted... This one was hanging, yes? But she wants... She just wants to take on a3. Is this real? So what was the problem here? There must have been something. If I play rook c8, for example, the rook is defended, no? So how do I... Is this here? King f5. e5 is defended, and if here, maybe like that, I move my knight out, you give me a check, but I go here. There might have been something wrong with the broadcast here. Not sure about this knight a7. Okay, maybe she just wanted, but that's not winning the rook back. Not sure what happened here. But this is a position now, and king a and bishop h2. Mihaela wins back material, and now she should be winning. The knight goes back to c6. And now she should be winning. And Luminitsa won. Okay, rook takes e6 was tried, but this is not dangerous. There's no king f6 because of rook f7, so that's really hopeless. Good game. And let's go back to our first boards. Not much happening here. In fact, they have repeated the position a few times, so this might just end in a draw now. This game was interesting. She did play g5 here, yeah. And queen d2. All right, she does not allow queen c1. So, on rook h7, king g1. But okay, she played queen e5. I was wondering about g3 ideas. This is even better because now she gets queen a1. Queen e5 check, king g1, check on a1, and rook goes to h7. And that's mate. Yeah, white resigned here. This is the point. King g3 and queen back to e5. Okay, so Bella is now on how many points? On 7 points. We will have Elina on 7 points, and we will have Julia Osmak with 7.5 leader, but anything can happen still. They are very close. How is this endgame? a4, and black is still thinking here after a4. She's trying to see if there's anything probably. Or did they finish? No, she played f4. And now I guess a5, the way we were discussing before. Do we have any more results? We have this game in progress. Board 11. How is this? Is this just a draw? Or can black somehow win this? This is very interesting now. So what if I go king d3 here with white? King d5 will happen. I lose the opposition, and the black king will get to my pawns. The black pawns are also probably way faster, no? So if I go here, king here, let's say king e3, king c5, this is what I want to know. Does this work? King e4 here, king f5, and yes, it does feel like this pawn runs faster, no? And it became a queen. Okay, so king d2 was the move. Yep, that's what I thought. You just wait for your opponent to play king d5, and that's when you want to play king d4. King d3, sorry. So you can win the opposition here. And on king b5, this is probably where they started, king c2. King d6 played, and now you still have to be careful and play king c2, I think. You have to play king c2, so you have both king c3 and king d3 to black's next move. This is a dead draw. It is a dead draw, but you can still make a mistake. You have to stay here on c2 and d2. And now it's a dead draw. She played king c2. Any exciting games here? There was one where white had this one. White was an exchange up. I was curious how this looks now. And she played rook b1. Yes, she's going for the plan with rook b7. And black goes for the idea of using the dark squares around the king. Rook b3. She doesn't allow queen g3. Queen a1. Once here. You're not allowed to play that. She plays bishop d4. And here, if you take on a5, you are going to get mated or lose the rook. Not so simple, because here I can play queen f3, and when I take, there's queen f7, so I should be going slower over this. Rook a5, bishop g1, king g3. Of course, this was not played and won't be played. Queen c3, queen f3, and of course now I don't have to take on a5. If I take on a5, I allow the draw. I can instead give another check and give another check and go for mate. Can give another check. Now on queen f4 I have bishop h2. King h4, and now I play h5. Yeah. King h4, I have at least queen d8. So right now you can't take that pawn on a5. Bishop g1, I don't think is a threat right now, but you have to be careful with it, no? So if I go something like rook b7, it's already a little dangerous for white. What if I go rook b7 now? Maybe bishop e5 if I go rook b7, so I can't really move my rook out of here. Bishop e5. And I'll have to play g3, and then my king is even more open. There's a check on a2. Rook b1 played. And what happens if we take that pawn on a4? Can we take on a4? The thing is that when you play rook d1, I have bishop g1, and you lose the queen. So I'm only wondering if white might have an in-between move like queen f4. Oh, rook d1 is not even possible. What am I talking about? Rook d1, I lose the rook. I lose the rook on d1. Need another coffee. Okay, so queen a4 works. There's nothing happening on d4. Queen f3 maybe to attack f2, but no. What else can I do here with white? Queen b7. Just king g7 on anything. Queen f3 maybe. On queen f4 there's still bishop g1. So this is what happens. Bishop g1, king here, and I have bishop h2. So I have to go queen f3 maybe. And now king g7, rook f1, you defend. I was thinking you defend with the queen on d7. And then this one will be supported at some point. Not needed though, because it defends f6 very well, and this pawn will advance. So queen a4. Anything else here? Queen b7, the same, king g7. On queen b7 I could also do this. I could also give a check on e5 and put my queen on f4. I like this idea more. And use the dark squares. So here queen a4 looks very good for black. She did take on a4, yes, and now king h1 played. Okay, getting out of the checks. And now you can also can also get out of the pin, I was thinking, but it's not so easy to do that. On queen d7 there is rook b7. Here, and you have to defend here. You don't need to get out of the pin because there is no threat, but you have to find a useful move. Maybe king g7 is a useful move. But still you won't get out of the pin so easily. Rook f1 maybe. Yeah, let's see what happens here. I think something like king g7 will be played. How is our pawn endgame? Still a draw? Still a draw. We have a draw on board 1. And we have the Imante still playing. She played b5. Okay. King c5, bishop e4. She's preparing for b6, b7 if she's allowed. And now the black king has to stay and guard the b pawn. And then she will also wait on the king side. Here, I haven't seen this one. White looks very active. Equal material, but whose turn it is? Black is to play. Rook g8 is a threat. And I don't have rook c8 because of rook f7. This means I'm completely lost here with black. If I can't get this rook out of here. Rook f7. Black can resign here. This king is stuck here on d7. Rook g8. Rook g7 comes next. And it's over. Now drawish endgame here. Here. Another endgame with an exchange up. Pawn takes f5. Again, I like black here. Those pawns on the queen side, but maybe you can stop them with the rook. You can, because now bishop f3, you're going to get h6, and you are going to get h6 anyway. Here. What about something like bishop b5 to give a check on a4? You'll always play king b3. Looks like white will stop the pawns, and this might also end up in a draw. This endgame, this was very interesting at some point, the idea of knight g5 that we're looking at. But here black is a pawn down, but she has c5, c4 blocked. She also has a weakness on a5. That pawn on f7 can also be attacked. King g8 was the last move. I don't know, maybe she can go bishop d5. And something like attacking the pawn on a5 then. On queen c8, king g7. And maybe queen a8. But black will defend that, queen c7. So on here, king g7, I'm trying to get the pawn on a5, but queen c7 defends it. Maybe you can try to trade queens. I'm thinking bishop b5 and queen c6 maybe. It might not be easy anyway, because the black king gets to d6. Queen c8 and queen a8 makes sense. We might see it. Don't know what else can be tried. Bishop d5 idea was pretty straightforward, queen g6, but now I'm thinking that it might not get me anything. And king g7 is always there, a4 will be hanging. Maybe go for this position here, and now try the bishop b5 idea. Somehow trade queens and try to bring the king in. Mihaela is still playing. Bishop c4 check. We have to go to... Do we have to go somewhere? King g1 made sense. I was knight e2 and king h2. Nothing there, no? But it's not so easy to play here. e5 maybe. And your pawns are for now not going anywhere. Okay, but maybe now you can take here and play king f2, bishop e2. And then you just push the pawns, no? How is this? I want to push the pawns, but maybe they get blocked with bishop b5. Oh, yeah, bishop b5. So on e5, what do you do with white here? Maybe you play e4 first. Try to get them a little further. Maybe you play e4 first and try to take on d4 at some point. I think this is far from easy. And e5 is a move that black might play here. I haven't seen this game today. Anna Maya against Alessia. Also equal. Very equal. I don't see how any of the players could try something. Black is putting some pressure here, but okay, this rook can move, rook d6. Black has to defend, rook d7 check. In fact, I don't know if here, bishop f5. I don't know if you're not... bishop e4. Okay, I'm not getting my rook there. She could try bishop d7 here as well. How is bishop d7 here? Bishop f7 will be the answer to this. Yeah. Pretty drawish as well. Here, Dina is black. She is a pawn down, but she has that pawn blocked. However, knight a5 and knight c6 is there, or knight e5 and knight c6. She will play king b7, there will be knight d8. So how is this move here? Can she defend now? Doesn't look like it. So I move my bishop. I want knight c6. And here, if you wait, I wanted a7. King goes over here. And in this position, I wanted knight d8. Give this pawn up and take the pawn on g7. So maybe you needed to have bishop. No, you can't do that. e5 played. e5 played. Okay. She wants to fix e6, and is she going after the pawn on e6 then? She is with the same idea of knight c6, right? And now she has the pawn slightly more advanced. So you're going to wait. Maybe you wait here. And then I'm going to play knight a5. And this one cannot be taken because here. And how do you stop it? And then if you wait here, knight c6. And you wait some more, and we have the same line. Here, takes on e6. Now bishop g3. And you can save the pawn. Play here. If bishop e5, there's knight c6. Okay, what else? Another interesting endgame. Probably also quite drawish. b6 has just played. And a4, yeah. And you take the pawn on b6 next, if king takes. King c5. And now I guess you just wait. Rook f8, rook c8. We have this game still going on. Miruna is a pawn up, but she might lose one right now. She might lose the pawn on the a file. Because bishop takes c6 comes next, and then rook a7. Probably drawish as well. Okay, how here? Okay, she played a6, h6, and here bishop d5. Thank you, Pumpkin the cat. Thank you for joining. See you tomorrow. Same time. Rook c5 played, and now she takes here. Oh, the idea is to take with the pawn. So if takes here, she wants to take with the pawn, and then if rook a7, you can take a5. This is her plan, which is quite interesting. And maybe you can play bishop e4 and keep the pressure. This should also be a draw. So here I don't play rook a7, but I'll wait. I don't know, h4 maybe, king f4. And when the rook moves away, you will push one of the pawns and create maybe another weakness. Also, when you move the rook from the 5th rank, there's rook a7. Any new results on the top boards? No, nothing new. a4, f4, bishop e4 played, bishop e6 played, and now will you simply wait with king f2 or with bishop c6? You will. Yeah, white is totally winning here. Totally winning. King e8 only move. Now she takes on c7. Take on h6 as well, or e5. This endgame is still being played. Black played f5 and white waits here, king d3, patiently. King b4, king c2. Okay. What about this one? Okay, black played the pawn on e5. She got the queen out of the pin. There's some pressure on the f file, but she has it all covered. That's defended. So, can white try to give a perpetual here? Queen a8, king g7, and maybe queen to f3 back? Doesn't seem to work because of queen e6. King g7, queen c6. So I want this perpetual here with white. She played queen d8. Same idea. But now queen e6. Oh, queen e6, you lose the pawn on a5. Okay, what do we do here? I wonder if you can just give up the pawn on f7 and play e4 here. And on check, you don't want the draw, you want king h7. Takes here, I will trade queens. Check, king g8, you don't have rook a7. It's great news, because if you did have rook a7, this would have been fine. And now I will get to play a3. So on rook f3, bishop b2, and you push this one here on a3. Queen f6. What if you take with the rook instead? When take with the queen instead. So queen d8 on a4. Queen f6, king h7, and queen e7 maybe. Queen e7 maybe here if you want to take with the rook on f7. Yeah, that's a good question. King g8, queen d8 back. And I will play king h7. No, I go here. And you will give this check. But that's fine. I will go king g7. And I keep winning a move. Right? And if check here, I will go to... I wanted to go to h7, but you go to e7. And then I go here, and you give another check. And then I go here, and you go here. Maybe you can get the queen on f8. Right. Maybe you can get the queen to f8. Right here. Queen e7. So queen d8, king h7, and here, oh right, you have queen f8 here. No, 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 I don't want to allow that. I still have bishop f2, in fact. Maybe you go back to e7 then. With the idea of queen f6. But I will go king g7. Okay, I'm losing e5. This looks like the only move here. Queen e7, threatening here. And what? Endgame book. This is in the endgame book. I'm just joking. Yes, the endgame book is helping. So she plays queen e6, queen d8, queen e6, and she gives up the pawn on a5. Yeah, but if you give this pawn up, do you want queen g4? No, I play queen e1. Or queen d8, just to be more active maybe. Queen a5 played. No, I don't believe that there's nothing here. So on a4 that was actually a draw. Queen f6, king h7, and here queen e7 is very strong. Very interesting one. Very interesting endgame here. So this is the position on the board now. And this should be much easier for white to hold now. Maybe you can play e4 and try to get the pawn on e3. She plays e4. Yeah. And what will white play now? Could something like queen b4 work? To try to get the pawn? Because you don't have a good retreat. So if you go here, I will win this pawn. You don't want to go there. And if you play queen e5, then what? I will go queen b7, and you'll have to go back to defending f7. Here, and I go back. So you might have to do this. But then I will have checks here. Here or here? I'm not sure yet. Let's try this one. No, but nothing like that. Queen d2 played. Yeah, but now maybe she could play bishop to e5. Might not be much. Might not be enough to win anyway. Bishop to e5 and maybe queen to e3 here. And have some checks. e3 f5. I think bishop e5. And if here, could she try bishop d6 and queen e5 ideas? Queen g4 ideas are there. I'll just defend here. And on f5, the thing about f5 was that I thought that queen a7, queen e3 would be a perpetual in many situations. So yeah, queen d2. We might see another draw, but white still has to defend this. How is Diamante doing? Lost a pawn. And she's taking f4. Black will take b5. And she will go to g2. And on bishop c6, if you take, you're going to lose this. But you can play king g4 and take the pawns. You can play here, and you just took all the pawns. You take g3 as well. Yep. Just wondering if this is losing. I don't think this is losing either, because you just go here and now you will stay here and black cannot make any progress. King h1, king f2 is a stalemate, and whenever you play g2, king g1, even king h2, and you don't have a good move. King g3 makes a draw. And if you wait, how do you wait? For how long are you going to wait? You simply don't have a good position, no? Yeah, but she goes for king g4. This is now on the board, and this will end in a draw. King h4 played. Yep. And a draw. So they will have how many points? 5.5, 6.5, sorry. 6.5, 7.5, Julia Osmak, 7 Elina Danielian, 7 Bela Kotenashvili, 7 Natalia Buxa, and that's all the players we're going to have on 7 points. We're going to have various on 6, 6.5. No, only one player on 6. 3 players on 6.5. 4 players on 6.5. Narva Mai will also be on 6.5. So anything can happen. The fight is still very much alive. What about our endgame? Bishop e5 played. This makes sense to have the bishop on this diagonal, with the idea of queen g4 and queen g3. So maybe you just want to play queen g5 here to avoid that. This is the other game that was being played, and white lost a pawn on a4. But she goes for bishop e4, and now right now she's threatening checkmate. Not going to happen though. If I just move my queen, I should be fine. Queen c7 attacking c4. There's a check here, but I go here, check, and that's all the checks white has here. Queen c7 played. So maybe this here, queen h8, king e7. Okay, you don't have to give this check. You can always defend with bishop d5, with or without the check. Bishop d5, not sure if that helps white or not. Probably just equal as well, about equal. Mihaela is still playing, and she's a full rook up. She managed to push her pawns and she won the knight. e4, rook e6, stopping this pawn, and it should be over soon. She has another pawn to push. What about this endgame? Okay, she got a pawn. She got... What did she play here? King f6. She played a4. There. Here, rook a6. Rook g2. Okay. And king e5. And then a5 played. Rook f2. Oh, she got a pawn, but she lost a bishop. Forgot to count all the pieces. Oh, this was... What just happened here? So king e5. a5 allows rook f2. And then you have no move, do you? Because on king g1, there's rook f1 and bishop c4. Getting this rook on a6. Oh, this was a big blunder here, a5. This endgame should have been a draw. Rook f2. Now she takes here, here, b7. And just bishop takes b7. Yeah, and there's not much more to it. Rook f2 back. Maybe she wants to play rook g6. Yeah, that's what she wants to play. And you defend with the king on f5. Okay, black still has to win this, but she most likely will. How is Miruna doing? She has an extra pawn, but this should still be a draw. White might take one of the two pawns. Give up g4 and take one of the other pawns. Any progress here? Queen f... Yes. Queen e3, queen g4, queen f2 played. We were looking at this line, and here f5. White has queen a7 and queen e3 on king h6. So black can go back to e6, but so will white. Queen e3. Here, queen h7, king f8, bishop d5, and knight b6 played. Queen h6 a check. And now she will go to e7. There's another check on e3. And she will go to d8, no? And here white can take on f7, and can I... Yes, white can take on f7, and this is a threat. So can I give a check on c6? King has to move away. And can I take on c4? There are some checks like queen d4. Queen d4 check is annoying here. No? Knight d6, queen f6. And white has these two pawns, black has the a pawn, but could we avoid this? Queen e3, king d8, check here. Okay, I don't have to take on c4, I can go a4 with black. Check. Yeah, I think we will see this position. This check to defend the mate. King g1, and maybe this. Oh, she played king f8. Right, she can go king f8. Of course. Queen h6, and now king e7, back. Now on queen takes, there was queen takes b6. In this line, bishop f7. If queen takes, there is queen b6. It's not losing the bishop. White has two extra pawns, and that pawn on the c file was dangerous. So that's why here she goes for a repetition. King f8, queen h6, and this will end in a draw. King e7 and draw. We just got the result, Mihaela. Okay, she still needs to win this. But an extra rook should do, no? Like rook c5, rook can give a check. And how do I get that bishop out of there to take up the pawns? Just rook c5 and b5, no? Rook c5, since this is a bad move. You play rook c7 and take the bishop. So you have to go here. And why don't we just advance the pawn now? Go here, play rook c7 and advance some more. That should be easy. To win. How is this game going? f5 played. Oh, and she played king g1. No, she played king h8 first. King g1. She also gets out of the checks. King h8 got out of the check on a7. Because if here, like we saw earlier, queen a7, now this will be a perpetual. If here, queen e3, whenever you play f4, I was thinking I could take on e4. And this is just king g1. So this is a clever move order. King h8. White also gets out of the checks. And now f5. The only question now remains, can I still get my queen out? Like, for example, queen c5. How is this move? And queen c5 played. Can play bishop g7 or queen g3, and on queen f8, king h7, another check. You can play bishop g7. Yeah, but I think my rook, so if I go here, king h7, I go here, and on bishop g7 Can I go get my rook in? Rook d1. Like this, and rook d7 or rook b1. Does it really matter? e3, rook here, and queen e5. Rook e7. On check, king h2, so this doesn't look good for black. Of course here she had this check and takes on h4. Go here, and here there's a perpetual for sure. Maybe? Why don't we go king h6 and then bishop g7? I don't know, let's see. Here, check, king h6, check, and bishop g7. Yeah, good question. Queen e7, I have to defend h4. And now, what if e3? Can I go rook f3? I can't go rook f3 because on queen e1 I can go back to f1 and repeat moves. So e3 might be hasty here. Too soon to play e3. But then what do I do? How do I try to make progress in this position? How about queen c5, queen g3, rook b1 was played. So we're not seeing any of this. How is rook b1? She's preparing, no? Queen f8. She's preparing the idea of queen f8 and she wants to have the rook ready. Is she also preparing rook b8? Rook b8 is a threat. Because on bishop b8 then you don't have the bishop to cover. Queen h2 played. King f2. Only move, right? King f1, queen h1. You still take on e5, but I don't think you have anything. And now queen h4. You're losing things with check here, so maybe king f1 is the move. But then queen h1. And on king e2 you take on g2, so king f2. Right, if I take on b1, here white has a draw. Here. But I'm going to take h4. King g1, bishop h2. Well, this looks pretty much over. We take on h4, we want to win, of course, yes. We take on h4. Yeah, if takes you can get a perpetual. King f1 played. Okay, queen h1, the only move that you have is queen g1. But I don't think this was the plan. Again, I can take on h4. There's no check now. It's really nothing to worry about. So let's see. Queen h1 will be played. Queen h1 played. And what will white do? Rook b1 looks like a blunder. She must have missed. Maybe she missed. I'm pretty sure that she... Yes, king f2. I'm pretty sure that she saw that here black can't take the rook because of the perpetual. But I'm sure that she missed this idea of queen h4. probably what was missed in the game. Queen h4 played. Hello! How's Benoni? Hi, Lefong. King f1 and she took on. Okay, so what happened here? Wait, I got distracted. King f1. And this is bad, no? King, queen f4, king e2. No, I'm not a Benoni expert. But I did study them. Yeah, thank you. I think you are the Benoni expert, right? If there's an expert here, that's you. And maybe Sophie. She might have become an expert by now. Okay, king e2. What do we play now? How does she finish this off? Because queen... Oh, but now there's no perpetual anymore. Right? The king can come out. Maybe just move out of there. King g7 maybe. Check on b7, king h6, queen f8, and I will have bishop g7. Check here, go here. I'm not getting mated. If I play bishop g7, I'm going to lose, but I'm going to go on g5 then. And I'm safe here on g4. There's only one check. I go to g4. And that should be enough. Thank you. Thank you, Lefong. That pawn on h4 was very important, yes. Now you don't have the perpetual idea anymore. I have never played a Benoni, in fact. I have only studied it. Sometimes I got it with white from a different move order, like a reversed Benoni. And king h7 played. Why didn't I go to h7? Because I wondered what if queen f8. But it shouldn't work. Queen f8 shouldn't work either. Rook b7 is my threat on queen f8. It's not even a threat. Because of bishop c7? No, queen c7. Queen f7. So, what if queen f8? This is the only try. How do I... Oh, I can get the rook? Can I get the rook? I play check. No, king f1. I was seeing king f2 and here check, king f1 and queen d3. And here I was picking the rook up. But you play king f1. Check king e2. So, do I just play bishop g7 here and put my queen on e5? That's an option. I play bishop g7, and if you play rook b7, I'm going to play queen e5. Safe. Rook b7 was played. And now we'll see a king march. King h6. Coming. Is there any other game that we have here? Oh yeah, we have a few other games. But this is the most interesting so far. So let's see. King h6 played. Is there any way white can try to win here? No, to win no, but make a draw. Queen e7. Queen e7 is not threatening anything. No, I don't think she can try anything. Just a check on f8. King g5. Maybe another check. King g4. King is safer in opponent's territory. Yeah, looks like that. Queen e3. Yeah, but if you have to play queen e3, I will take that queen. And the endgame is losing. If you have to trade queens here, I will be happy to take. Bring my king up. King g5. Yeah, I'll play king g5 first. Try to get king g4. Bishop f4 is also coming. e3. Drop my bishop back. Push the other pawn. So I'm not too worried about queen e3 here. Four pawns is too much. It's just three of them, but you're not counting g2, are you? You think that's going to disappear? Could be true. Can white try to attack the g6 pawn with rook b5? With rook b5? Rook b6, maybe. Queen g4, king f1. Yeah, but I think this gives me time, right? On king g5 you have queen c6. That's your plan. And what if I go queen g3 since there's no real threat? Can I play this? On queen f8 I will still run up to g4. Oh, you play queen king f1? Yeah, but now I wanted to play e3. And threaten checkmate already. I think rook b6 is too slow. Attacking on g6 is too slow. What is my FIDE rating? Let me check, because I'm not sure after the last tournament. 20 to 50 something, I think. I'm going to check that. Double check my current rating. It must have come out. I haven't checked. No, 20 to 38 right now. Gotta get that up a little bit. Okay, so here rook d7 played. And what is the threat? What if I just go queen g3 again? What is she planning here? What's the trick? Queen g3 played right away. Check, king g5, queen d8, king g4, and on queen e7, king g4 also. I don't really see it. My peak rating was 2302. Maybe I can beat that when I get back to playing. I played my first tournament in a long time, just now in July. And it's a little difficult to play after such a long break. Feel a little rusty. So king f1 played. Yeah, and now I wanted e3, right? This is what I wanted. That's what she also wants. e3 and queen f2. Queen c2 can defend. Yeah, but on queen c2 you have queen f4. Queen f4 and bishop d4 and push e2. Queen c2 looks like the only move now. On king e2 you'll keep taking pieces. Queen c2. And now I wanted queen f4, but maybe there is better, like what if queen h2? Isn't this better to take this pawn? Like queen h1 and take on g2? Let's see what she goes for here. Now there are no more checks. So we can think about move like queen h2. I guess f4 is also a move. f4 and f3. What did she play? Queen h4. Keeping an eye on f2 and threatening queen h1. Same idea, but improved. So this is a nice way to get mated. King d1 and queen f1. You can go here, and then little bird says hi. And then I go, I don't know, I can take on c2 and play f4, no? Can also go queen f4 and queen e4. I thought that on queen h2 she didn't have king e2, but maybe she had something else that I'm missing. No, but king e2 did not happen. She played g3. And you just take it? Can you just take it? Oh, I'm pretty sure you're going to get FIDE Master very soon. Even more. You have a lot of time to improve. So she goes for king h1, king e2, and queen g2, and she will take on g3. Queen f1, queen b1, queen b5. What? Ah, in the other line. Queen g2. This king has to go to d3 now. And then she has queen e4. And that's a way of losing your queen if you don't want to get mated. It's game over now. I will stay with this game. King d3, queen e4 just played. And then I'm going to go with the other games that are being played. Okay, Dina lost, and there was board 36 being played, which looked drawish. And board 39, Miruna had an extra pawn, also looked drawish, and I'm going to check that out now. Game over. White resigns in this position. Good game by black. Let's move on to this one. Okay, this should be a theoretical draw, even if you lose the g-pawn. which is probably what White is thinking, but you don't have to lose it because you give a check, and now you can play g6. King c3 played. This is a theoretical draw, but it's not that easy to draw. If the pawns get too far, you can lose this. So here c4 will be played. And usually need to stay with the king on a2, but she's not allowed to do that. So c4 for sure. Let's see what she plays. c4 played. I'm going to wait on the 6th rank here with White. And give checks. Huh? For example, rook a6 could be a move now. If you go to b3, I'm going to give a check and I attack the other one, right? I don't think you want to go here because you're not coming out. Let's see what she does. Ah, this is the game, that's right, yeah. This is the game that we have on the right camera. We have it right here. It's nice to see it live on camera and on the board. The arbiter is double checking the results. All good. Okay. She played rook a6. Yes, I just didn't have it on the board. It looked like she had rook a6. On camera she looks really relaxed. I think she's confident about this. White is confident about drawing this. No games left in the first playing hall. On the left camera we have the playing hall downstairs, where all the games are over. And this is the last game. Rook g1 played, king a2. Is this the last game? According to this, there's still one game here in progress. But maybe the broadcast is just wrong. And maybe here White already resigned. Well, let me see here. With a pawn on g6, I guess it's easier to draw. I was thinking the same, that maybe you can use that to give it up and then take one of the other pawns. This is the last game, I think. I'm pretty confident it's the last game, according to the cameras. So what do we have? I haven't checked. Ellen lost today. Last time I saw her position, she was an exchange down and it looked bad. Not a good day for the Romanian players either. Okay, Irina lost, but Luminița won and Mihaela also won. Alessia also won. Okay. Have some wins there. And on top we have Julia leading the tournament with half a point over Elina Danielian. And and Bella Kotenashvili, right? Yes, she was on 7 points. And I'm not sure who will face who tomorrow, if Julia will face Bella or if Elina will face Bella. Julia hasn't played her, and how about Elina Danielian? Has she played Bella Kotenashvili? She hasn't. Most likely Julia Osmak will be paired against Bella Kotenashvili. Then not such a bad day, no. I counted 3 wins for the Romanian players and only 1 loss so far. And back here, king went back to b2 and the black king went back to b5. I missed some moves here. One moment. King a2, king b4, check. She goes here, rook g3 and king b2. Yeah. a3 played. And now you have to go to a2 because you don't want to allow c3. If you go to another square, black will play c3. So this is like the last arrow thrown in this position. King a2. And now king b4, rook b6, king c3. And you're saying that if I take on a3, king d2, right? But then, so this is the question here, king b6, rook b6, king c3. And now if I take here, I can I still lose king d2? I'm not losing this, no? I go here and I think I'm not losing because of this pawn. Because when you go c3, I can give a check. And now you don't have rook d3 to cover. Because I'm also promoting my pawn. And then if the king goes here, or okay, let's go to c1, rook f6. And I go for rook f1. And this played, king c3. Let's see what she goes for here. Here, this is the line we were looking at, king c1, rook f6, and here c2. Yes. But now don't I just give a few checks? Check king d2, rook... No, rook f2 might not work because of king d1. So I will give this check for sure. King d2. And now I can give this check. If you go to c3, I'll go back to f1. And then I'll start giving checks from the side. My rook is on the right side. The thing is that my rook should be on the h file to have enough squares in between the king and the rook. But here, for example, if you go here, rook f1, if you take this pawn, I will have to give a check here. I'll have to give another check here, here, king e2, and now I'm going to make it rook h1. I will have enough squares between the rook and the king, and this will be a draw. My king is on the short side, rook on the long side, and checks from the side. We will probably see this in the game because king a3 played. Oh, but she played rook g2, not king d2. Okay, and how does this help? What if she just waits with rook c6? just attack the pawn. Rook f6 is the other move that I can wait with. Yeah, there's still room for blunders, that's sure. that's for sure. Rook c6 feels natural here. King d3. Now check. King c2. And here on king b4, c3, rook c6, there's a check on g4, here, check here, and again the pawn on g6, rook c4. So there are extra defensive ideas that I don't normally have without the pawn on g6. Yeah. Now I win the pawn on c3 or go for the endgame. Rook c6. Looks good. Rook f6 she played. Also looks fine. And now I expect this. King c2 played. And she can still go for... no. It's not the same anymore, but she can go for rook c6. It is the same. King b4, c3, rook c6 gets us to the same position. And rook c6. Rook c6 will make a draw now. She's probably looking at it. The pawn on g6 holds all these lines. Yes. It's an important addition to the position. She must be calculating the endgame. Maybe she doesn't see it clearly. Rook c6 is a move that you can easily miss because normally that doesn't work. So she might... no, she plays it. Rook c6. There you have it. Yes, black is threatening king b2 and c2. But she played rook c6, which I just saw on the video, and now we have it on the board. And this will secure the draw. I think a check was given from what I see, and now she will play rook c4. There she goes. And takes on c3 comes with check. So you don't have any ideas of winning the rook. Lichess is faster than the camera. I think not for me, because I see the camera directly. Okay, so we're waiting for a black move. What happened on move 77? So here c3 seems winning. Ah, because the white king... right, yes, c3 seems winning because the white king is cut off. Good point. So she did have a moment where she could have won this. Rook g3 did look suspicious. So this was her chance. Okay, is she still thinking here? No, she played rook c4, king c4. King b2. I can see it on the camera. And what is white considering here? Move the king. She can also move the king, but why not just push the pawn? Ah, she's not considering anything. They are signing. And they agreed to a draw. We just don't have the result yet. And with this, the round has ended. A short recap. Julia Osmak. Yeah, now we have the result. No, they're not going to play this. Probably they were just agreeing on a draw. We have Julia Osmak with 7.5, Elina Danielian and Bella Kotenashvili with... Oh, and Natalia Buxa with 7 points. There are 3 players with 7 points. Let me refresh because I will get the results here. So 3 players with 7 points. That makes it even more interesting. 3 players with 6.5, and then 4 players with 6.5, and then players with 6. So everything is still up for grabs. And anything can happen. They will keep us on the edge of our seats until the end, until round 11. Tomorrow round 10 starts at the same time, and at 2 p.m. CST, yes, I can go back to the winning position, which was right here. On king b5, it seems that rook f6 was a bad move, but what should have white played then? Because on rook f6, c3, and you want c2. Rook f2 is the only way to stop this, but you still have gotten the winning position, no? Rook g6. And the king gets on c4. If king b1, king c4. And your pawns advance very fast. Yeah, this was the moment. Here c3. That's right. Okay, that will be all for today. Thank you very much for joining this stream. See you tomorrow again at 2 p.m.